We live?
We are live, and
You'll give the high sign?
Full screen, you're perfect. Good.
Oh, there I am.
Hi, Charles.
Hi. Hi, Jim. Glad you could make it. Yeah, your wife called asking for tech support for the, I guess,
It worked.
I need that mouse, honey. I don't know what it was.
Bruce.
And that particular box.
Yeah, you can put it back actually.
Okay. Hello? Yeah.
hey, folks, we are on.
Okay, thank you. Good evening and welcome to Reston Association's first virtual design review board meeting. Today is May 27th, 2020. I'm Ken Knieven, one of the vice chairs for the DRB. Looking forward to a packed event this evening. I see many of us have already joined. Thank you for your patience. Some of us are familiar with using Zoom. Some of us are familiar with doing remote meetings for the last 6 to 8 weeks, I being one of those, but not everybody. So expect maybe 1 or 2 collisions with regard to technology or misunderstandings, but we'll get through it. Appreciate everybody's patience. So far, so good. Everything's up and running. First thing I have to ask is, do we have a quorum? So I'm looking for my colleagues here, and maybe my colleagues from the Covenants team can assist. Do we have everybody that was expected to be here?
I see 6 so far. Okay, I am looking for Scott Funneling, and that would be our 7th. Scott, are you here? Well, we
We do have,
quorum.
yeah, we do have enough for quorum. So thank you. We'll keep an eye out for our missing colleague here, but we'll keep going. So the first thing I ask is from my colleagues for a motion to approve this evening's agenda.
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All right, so I think that was, who did the motion?
Nick.
Okay, thank you, Nick. And Karen did the second. All right, thank you. Might help to do the name just so everybody sees. All right. All right, so that part is done. Let's move on to the minutes. Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes from the last Federal Full Design Review Board meeting?
So moved. Nick.
Thank you. Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second for approving the minutes from the last full DRB meeting?
Michael, I'll approve it. Sorry, I was getting another call coming in. Yeah, I had a second.
All right, thank you. All right, so both of those items are now taken care of. This will be unique, but are there any members in the call at the moment that are not on the agenda, but would like to make some general comments with regard to Reston Association in general? If so, please give us a heads up and we'll give you your time. Again, these would be individuals that are not associated with anything on this evening's agenda. All right, then I'll move on. We have, all right, we have a few noises, so I'm going to ask my colleagues to keep an eye on muting anybody that get a little noisy here, and I can understand that we'll probably get some echoing and what have you, and that's to be understood. But we have one other action to take this evening. As a part of the DRB, we have Design Review Board elections. So tonight's first order of business is to elect the Design Review Board Chair. The candidates for the chair will be nominated from the floor, from our colleagues here, with one member making an initial nomination and a different member seconding the nomination. And if no second is made, the nomination will fail. Once all the nominations for the role of the DRB chair have been made and seconded, the nomination process for that office will be closed. Each candidate will then be afforded an opportunity to make a brief statement as to why he or she is qualified or interested in serving in that position. Once all the candidates for that office have concluded with their statements, a vote shall be taken. So let me ask, anybody care to make our first nomination for board chair?
I nominate Ken for board chair. This is Nick.
Do we hear a second?
Michael Wood will second it.
All right, the nomination stands. Do we have any other nominations? Going once? Going twice? So be it. All right, well, first, thank you for the opportunity. I look forward to filling the position. I'm going to count deeply on my colleagues who will be in the vice chair role because this is going to be a team event going forward. So I look forward to everybody's help. But thank you. I've been enjoying the time here spent on the DRB, and I've learned a lot from those that have since moved on, and hopefully they'll come back sometime in the future. But now it's time to move on. So with that, let's move on to the vice chairs. Do I hear not? We will be electing 3 vice chairs. So let's see what we can do here. Do I hear a nomination for our first vice chair?
I nominate Nick.
Point of order,
Please.
to vote on the DRB chair.
My apologies. We moved too fast. All right, let's back up. Let's take a vote for the nomination of the board chair, Ken Knieven for board chair. All those in favor, please signify by stating aye. Maybe
Aye.
raise your hand so we can make a quick count.
Aye.
Everybody see everybody's hands there?
I don't see Dan anymore.
My hand is up.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, I think we see a tally. Anybody voting, anybody against? Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? All right, the vote stands. Thank you. All right, now let's move on to the vice chairs. Do we hear a nomination for our first vice chair? I think we did.
I nominated Nick.
All right, is there a second?
Michael will second.
All right. We'll go on to the next one. We'll come back to comments. Do we hear a nomination for a second vice chair?
Nominate Bruce.
Do we hear a second?
Michael will second.
All right. Do we hear a nomination for a third vice chair?
Nominate Michael.
Do we hear a second?
Second.
All right. Nick, would you like to make any comments? You don't have to.
Thank you for the nomination and look forward to a hopeful positive vote.
Thank you. All right, Bruce?
Well, thank you for the nomination. I have enjoyed working with our team on the DRB and I hope to continue.
right, thank you. Nice and succinct. All right, Nick, it was Nick, right?
Yeah. Already went.
Nick?
We need Michael now.
Oh, I'm sorry, Michael?
I accept the nomination and I'm looking forward to keep serving the Reston community.
This will be long and dry.
Very good. All right. Council, may we take one vote on all, or should we do a vote on each one individually?
Vote on each one individually.
All right. Let's all take our votes for our first nomination, and that would be Nick. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Maybe a raised hand in the screen.
Aye.
Hopefully somebody's got a tally. Let us know.
Or you could say any nays and then that.
Any nays? Any abstains? All right, thank you.
Thank you, perfect.
All right. Let's now move on to taking a vote for Bruce Rum. All those in favor, please signify by stating aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? All right. Thank you. And lastly, Michael, all those in favor, please signify by stating aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? Very good. All right. I think we've gotten the formalities of the first part of our agenda out of the way. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. And bear with me. Coincidentally, my computer is flickering heavily, but so far it's working. But if I drop, I will move to my phone and continue Zoom from there. So just bear with me. But so far, it's working. I think I've abused this poor thing enough. I think it's giving up on me. Anyway, let's move on to our first item, which is item F, which is 11533 Hickory Cluster.
Okay, bear with me. We're getting there.
Mm-hmm.
Have to share screen first.
We are looking for the participants to unmute them right now. Hold on.
All right.
You see the application?
Yeah, it's I think one of them is not here.
Somebody does need to share the screen if you're capable
Jane,
of the application.
and we don't see the application.
Okay, I shared the screen and then when I'm sharing the screen, it just has a bunch of screens showing on my inbox. So I need to figure that out. How do I get rid of that? Bear with me 1 second.
Just
I apologize. Hold on, I'm trying to figure this out. I have the application open. Can you see the application now?
No,
Okay, hold on.
it's fine.
Where do I go to show that application? When I hit share screen, it's not pulling up. Ugh.
Okay, go up top and remember, make sure the video is not paused.
I'm sorry?
Make sure the video is not paused up
It's
top.
not. I didn't pause my video. And I have share screen on and it's just showing the screen, showing a bunch of files.
You should have a dialog box that shows all of the items that are up and running on your computer, and you would choose the one that would show the application document. And
That's
click
what I'm
on,
bear with me, hang on.
and then you can share that by hitting share.
I had them open, but that's not what I want. There, not that one, not that one.
Well, it's about to start sharing something.
I realized that. We had this all down and it was fine. Hold on, guys, I'm so sorry.
The whole world is watching Jane
I know, and
right now.
it's not good. Hang on.
66 people are watching right now.
Double click, Jane. You got it.
Can you see that?
Double click.
Double click what?
It says Jane has started screen sharing. Double click to enter full screen mode. Double click on share screen.
Where does it say that? Your screen is paused. Stop share. Oh, GB Christmas. Okay, let's try this again.
This happened last time. We can get it. Don't worry.
So I'm going to hit share screen, but then the applications, where would they be when I do that is what I'm saying, because they're showing at the bottom of my screen right now. Like I have the application up.
Okay, so if you double click on it,
On what?
share screen right now, because you have the application up already.
Mm-hmm.
It should bring it up. We brought it up the last time we did it.
It's right there. I'm not sure if you can see it. That's what I'm wondering.
No, we can.
All right, let's try this one more time. I apologize to the world. When you tell me to,
If you go down to the green button to hit share screen,
right?
it will bring up a square box showing all of the applications that are running on your computer.
So I have that box open.
Then you select the one little item inside that rectangular box that looks like the application,
Uh-huh.
and then you hit share screen. You highlight that, and then you go over and hit share screen.
Let's try this one more time. I am so sorry.
That's
I
okay.
have the applications open. And now, should I hit share screen at this point?
Yes.
Okay, I'll try.
Come on, we're almost there.
There
Yay!
you go.
Sorry, guys.
That's all right.
I apologize.
Thank you, Jane.
I apologize.
Good job.
I had to go into it backwards. Okay. There we go. Now,
The appellant. We've unmuted the appellant and the applicant.
All right. If the appellant is on, perhaps you could give us a quick overview of your application. We've reviewed it. Just would like to have you give a quick summary.
This is Jenny Rikas. I'm going to let Neil Evans speak to provide some context to you all.
Okay, very good.
Oh, hold on. Point of order. We need the actual appellant to, not the applicant.
That's
The appellant.
Sean Joyner. Sean Joyner, can you hear us? Well, that's the appellant. And he's on here, but I don't know where he is.
I see him trying to talk, but it's not, he must be muted or something.
Okay, he's not muted on our end, so. Okay, then he just got muted. I'll unmute him again. I don't know why he's not,
Looks like he's been remuted.
I'm wondering if his is not unmuting because okay, he's not muted, so. Sean, can you hear us?
He's trying to talk, but we can't hear him.
Uh-uh.
Sean, maybe try to dial in with your phone. Maybe the computer audio is not working or something.
He needs to know what the dial-in number is.
It is,
I can drop it in the chat.
I see it is,
Ken, I just dropped it in the chat for him.
okay, very good.
And then he'll just need the his user, whatever his applicant ID is.
Is he able to chat?
Can you hear me?
I heard somebody.
Well, that's me, Ken. Sean Joyner.
Okay, Sean, how are you?
All right, I'm going to, I'm getting an echo on my end, so
Yeah, you might
I
want
will
to
try my best.
turn your speakers down on your computer.
Okay. So I am calling on behalf of Hickory Cluster Association. I'm on the board of directors. I'm the president of the Hickory Cluster Association. We filed our appeal to the decision of the board based on the application of incorrect standards. And I would like to share with the Design Review Board. We have a presentation that's been prepared by a member of our association who is also connected to this application because they were on the board at the time it was first made, and that member also performed the inspection. But you know, in a nutshell, the application as approved at the last meeting of the DRB didn't apply the Hickory cluster standards for the size of the frames of the windows. It's as simple as that. The windows as they are, I think,
Anyway, so I remember
3.5,
knowing that.
and the I think they're 3.5 inches, and the standard is 2.5 inches. And there are plenty of vendors that are available, that people have availed themselves throughout the community. The fact that the former owners who did the installation didn't look long or hard enough is not a good reason in the board's, the Hickory Cluster Association opinion to approve. I mean, basically what the DRB did was decide, oh, close enough. And that's not really how the standards work, as you're all well aware, because our standards were approved by the DRB. So how can I share this this document, or can I also please unmute Michael Poss, the participant?
Happy to have Michael unmuted. I don't know if Covenants could have you share your screen or not. I don't know if they have that ability. They should, but
Could I email the document, the PDF?
I have it ready to email if I give me an email address. Can you folks hear me?
Can you folks hear me?
I can hear. I'm hearing an echo.
Hear you.
Lisa, can you hear me?
I'm gonna move this thing along. I don't know if it can be put up on the screen.
Yeah.
If you want to email it to me, I will send it to the DRB for their consideration. achamp.org.
Champ?
Champ.
Okay, folks, I want to try to move the meeting along if at all possible. And if we could try to mute some of the phones and
If this is too much of a technical issue to share this presentation, I can, hand it over to Michael Poss to put it together. He can do the presentation. I appreciate that we need to move on.
yeah. I'm trying to set up a different monitor here as I'm losing a monitor, but yeah, if we could just get to the point, and I appreciate the opportunity to look at a presentation. Is there anything in the existing application or the versions of the application that are on the screen now that you would like to share?
Guys, I just sent the slides to hchamp@hchamp.com.
A as in apple. A as in apple, champ. Like my name.
Can I just ask a question for the appellant? Did anybody actually go measure the windows and physically see that they're 3 1/4 inches versus the 2 1/2, and that's what's on the slides that you guys are trying to show us?
That's part of it.
Yeah.
Okay. Because you guys are only appealing the awning window decision, correct?
That's the only thing that's left.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, I send it to achamp@achamp.com.
No, do it to reston.org, Michael. achamp@reston.org.
Okay. One more time.
If you open the chat window, Michael, you can see the email address.
Too many windows, not enough memory.
Oh.
All right, achamp@reston.org.
Yeah, so, you know, I outlined our opposition to the decision based upon the fact that there was an incorrect application of the standards or our cluster standards. And we would like the board, the DRB to apply the correct standards in this case.
Yeah, guys, if you were to put the issue into one sentence, our standards are not to exceed. The original windows were 1¼ inches frame width. Our standards are not to exceed 2½ inches, so that's very generous. We've done this before with DRB. You guys have reinforced our standards through previous decisions. If you let more than 2½ inches out there, it totally destroys our standard, which DRB approved and which Reston is supposed to also enforce. Close match is not a part of the Hickory cluster standard. The previous owners who installed these windows and other things in their homes had opportunities to apply for those approvals and then be coached and mentored as to what would be appropriate and comply with the standards, but that never happened.
Very good.
Okay.
All right, let me ask my colleagues. Anybody want to begin? It's hard to do a round robin here, so I can only see a few of you on my screen.
Did you get the slides?
This is Nick. Is it just one window out of the group that is not meeting the standard, or is it all 9 that were on the application?
It's all 9. They apparently are from the same product type, which according to the documentation is Anderson E series. As it turns out, there's an Anderson 400 series, which is fully compliant, but that product was not chosen. The E series is non-compliant because the frames are too wide.
This is Bruce. I have a question. Is the first instance whether we are taking an appeal?
Yes. Do we have enough information, anything that would change our prior decision, new information, what have you, that would change our prior decision?
It was a misapplication of the actual cluster standard, a total disregard for the 2½ inches not to exceed maximum.
Right,
Also,
which oh, go on, Michael.
I say, which has been reinforced by previous DRB decisions.
Yeah, I'll just state that the information that you have are the Hickory cluster standards that were approved by RA or by the DRB.
And folks, we have approved many other applications for windows that have been installed. It would be completely unfair to all those people who followed the rules to then let somebody else not follow the rules.
This is Bruce again. I just want to in the first instance, the appeal is suggesting that the DRB, by using a close match as its basis of acceptance, is outside of its authority, because the suggestion, as I'm understanding, is that only if there's a cluster standard, it has to be exact. A close match is not adequate for acceptance by the DRB.
It's a not to exceed standard, so it's maximum 2½ inches.
I understand your standard. I'm questioning our standard. Our standard in the first instance to accept an appeal is that we didn't follow the the cluster standard. And what I'm addressing is the assertion that the DRB cannot make a decision on a cluster standard based on a close match.
Yeah, I think, Bruce, I think they're saying basically that, you know, per our appeals process is that number one was a design guideline misapplied, and they pointed directly to the one that says windows are not to be more than 2.5 inches. And we approved one that was 3 1/4. I mean, I even went back to the application and they actually wrote in 4 inches, is what they wrote in on the application. So they're just specifically pointing to that operable window portion of their guideline right there that Lisa is on, or Jane is on, that says 2.5 inches that we misapplied. In the applicant, or is the appellant, is that correct?
Yes, correct. Thank you.
But I'm repeating that that assertion is only valid in the context of a conclusion that the DRB cannot make an approval of cluster standard based on a close match.
Correct.
I think we need to get to the point whether we want to hear the appeal or not.
That's right. So
yes. So with that proof, I mean, I would accept the appeal. I would motion to accept the appeal as presented.
And
Bruce, how about
I would
you?
say that we can't accept it as it's asserted, because the DRB has the authority to determine whether something is a close match. That's not a misapplication of the standard.
Okay, Nick?
Were the cluster stands available at the night of the panel meeting to the folks that made the decision?
Yes.
Can I have a point of order on that? I just, because this is out of fairness to everyone. What members, including myself, are not permitted to vote on this?
I would ask counsel,
Well,
we've been through this process a number of times, so I don't know if that's.
Was it a panel or was it a full?
It started
No,
as
we
a
voted
panel.
at this at a full board. We voted at this at a full board.
Yes, this was taken at a full board meeting after a panel meeting.
So I'm just asking for clarification that all members can vote.
Counsel?
Did everyone hear me? Yes, all members can vote.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nick?
I don't think I was present for that one, so I'm trying to think. I do kind of agree with Michael that the design guidelines were misapplied in this instance if they were available to us, and it was clear there. I have a couple more questions, but it might be more appropriate for if we decide to hear the appeal, though.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, essentially what happened was that there were so many violations that I think this one basically slipped through because it was that we made the determination as a full board that it was close enough. I honestly don't remember how I voted one way or the other, but as long as they're only appealing the one window decision and the other stuff stands, I think it'll make it simple enough to review again.
Very good.
I just want to say I am concerned about establishing a precedent that
We'll take a vote.
A close match is a misapplication of a standard.
Point taken.
If, for example, we wanted to hear the appeal based on the suggestion that there's new facts now that they're new facts, that would be a different question. But we're being asked to say that it's a misapplication of standard for the DRB to.
I would agree. We already looked at the cluster standard at the full DRB meeting the last time we made this decision, and we came to the conclusion with a vote that it was a match, not 100%, but it was close enough match. And that was a decision of the full design review board. So now the appellant is asking, we need to ask, do we have new information that says that that decision and that vote was misapplied? Do we have any new information? Otherwise, I believe we're going to hear the same information we heard at the last DRB meeting, my opinion.
Okay, I understand what you guys are saying. You're saying basically we made the judgment call that the design guideline, what we were basically we were saying it was a close enough match because of the 3/4 inch discrepancy basically. And there's no new information that we didn't already have in the previous application.
Guys, can I make a comment?
Please.
What you're saying is then you're giving yourselves the right to totally disregard cluster standards, which you previously approved and previously enforced.
And it also begs the question, what exactly is close enough? That seems to be a pretty fuzzy standard when you have a clearly written guideline that's available for the former homeowners and for the DRB that the DRB approved.
Anybody else on the DRB? I know that Karen, you were not involved in the vote, but I will always take your comments and thoughts on this as well. Anybody else on the DRB here as well? I can't see everybody's face here, so I'm asking.
Okay, I can make a comment. I have lived long enough and have worked long enough where details in certain kinds of situations really matter. And I think that the important thing for me is, in the end, is it the right decision? And maybe it's not exactly written that we can do that, but if you feel that on reconsideration, it's not the right decision, then it ought to be rectified. And I think details in architecture, like we're talking about in this one, and also we have the same problem in Waterview. The details matter.
Anybody else? I'm looking.
I'll tell you that a detail that matters is we have to have a standard for appeal.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now.
Right. Yeah. So
we're not discussing the decision again at this point.
Yep.
What I'm trying to decide right now, as Bruce is pointing out, is do we have new information to hear the appeal? Basically, right now, we're hearing the appeal without deciding to hear the appeal. So I'm trying to get a point of order here. Do we have a new information? Did we misapply the guideline?
You misapplied the guideline.
This is Dan Galindo. I mean, my understanding is that there's two things that only one of which must be true in order to hear the appeal. One of which just simply is the design guideline misapplied. So they have shown which guideline they're pointing to, and they're stating that it is misapplied. And I think a number of board members are at least willing to consider that it was misapplied, since it is a simple number, a not to exceed standard.
Okay, Dan, thank you.
I would be willing to listen to it. Granted, not being on the board at that time, I don't know what may be new in this, but looking at all the stuff fresh for the first time, I mean, I think that's reason enough to actually accept the appeal for review.
I'm going to say this one last time, because there will become another time when this board will want to address a situation as close enough. And what you're saying now, that would be a misapplication in all instances.
I don't think that that's necessarily true, because the details are going to matter in every individual application.
No.
Things that are within, please don't interrupt me. I'm just saying, this is a simple number that can be looked at objectively. There are a number of other things where there are guidelines that can be close without having an actual number that we'd be looking at as a target.
So I'm understanding you to say that if it's a number and we get numbers, we get color which is more subjective, I acknowledge, but we also get brand differences. So the point here is, just for the process, that out of fairness to the many times when we make the decision and have made the decisions over the course of time, that close enough is, a close match is not an adequate application in this design review board.
Depends on the standard.
Okay, anybody else?
Bruce, I would add that it seems that the appellant has identified a equivalent product that is sold today that does meet the standards.
There are many.
Thereby proving that an option was available and could have been used to meet the standards.
Okay.
I do.
And I may vote that way, and I may vote in that way, but I'm not really addressing the substance. I'm addressing the process that we have to follow, and for you and for others.
Anybody else with regard to whether this should be heard as an appeal or not? Any other comments?
No, I mean, my motion still stands to accept the appeal. No one seconded me yet, but you know, it's still out there.
All right, there's a motion to hear the appeal. Is there a second?
I second.
And who was that?
Scott Funley.
Thank you, Scott. I just didn't see there. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any final comments before I take the vote for the appeal? All those in favor of hearing this appeal, please signify by stating aye, raising your hand if you can in front of your screen.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Anybody abstaining? All right, the ayes have the opportunity to hear the appeal. All right. Michael and Sean, do you have any additional comments you care to make since we heard much of your argument already?
Michael, do you want to go first?
Yeah, guys, I would like to give you the quick overview of the situation with some specific images, if you can put those slides up. There's only 12 of them, and I promise to go through them as quickly as possible. Who has the driver's seat?
I don't know if we got the document or not, so I can't answer that.
Tony says slides were sent to the DRB at 6:30.
My colleagues at Covenants, you have the file that you can share?
If not, I've got the file up and can share, but I don't know if you want to go through all that again.
Covenants, I think you're muted. If you can share any answers.
It's up there.
I got
Somebody's
it.
got it.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, go to the next slide, please. Since most of you are new to the board, and I don't know what your relationship is to some of the clusters, but I wanted you to know that Hickory was part of the first village, 1965, 90 townhomes, significant modern architecture, Charles Goodman. Okay, and there are specific as-built design intent elements. Next slide, please. So we have a series of resolutions that are, most of which, if not all of which, have been approved as cluster standards. Again, the width of the frames are all significant architectural elements, and the specific design guideline here, the cluster standard is shall not exceed 2.5 inches for window frames. Close match is not a cluster standard. Next, please. In addition, the cluster standard approved by DRB requires both Hickory cluster and RADRB to approve a window. None of those approvals were provided at the time they were installed. Next, please. So the process was that this came to light. The property was being sold in 2018. A member of the board of directors of Hickory cluster inspected it. That was me. All directors reviewed, and we provided the compliance summary to the seller and buyer before purchase settlement, so everyone knew what was going on. Next slide, please. There was a physical measurement made. I made that measurement myself. At the time we agreed, the realtor, I believe his name is Neil, representing the seller, put a ruler up to the kitchen window, measured about 3¼ inches, which is larger than the shall not exceed 2½ inches. Next, please. The applicant has mentioned that these are Anderson E-Series replacement windows. The specification for those windows from the manufacturer, Anderson, show 3 1/16 inch frame width for the awnings. Next slide, please. And the same frame width for the casement windows. So they're all the same in terms of their design element, both of which are larger than the 2½ inch not to exceed. Next slide, please. So here's a summary of the numbers. The original steel frame windows were 1 1/4 inches, very thin because steel is so strong. The cluster standard doubles that very generously to 2½ inches. What we measured was 3 1/4 for the existing condition. That's all the way around. And the spec says 3 1/16, so there's a little play in there. And regardless, there are many other products that are not to exceed 2½ inches compliant. Next slide, please. Some of those manufacturers are the original manufacturer, Hope Windows. They're still in business. Anderson has a Series 400. Arcadia also has metal windows, and Pella Corporation has an Architect Contemporary Series window that's compliant. Next slide, please. So Hickory Cluster has been enforcing this standard. We're continuing to enforce it. The current board of directors is. Approval of non-compliant replacement windows for anyone contradicts the standards, applications, approvals, and enforcement. And it literally destroys future window standards enforcement because now close match or whatever you want to call it. And again, board approval is required from Hickory Cluster Association. So the cluster opposes this and all unapproved non-compliant replacement window applications. This is the reason why we have the application process. So homeowners can come to us and to you and say, what do you think? And we can say yes or no, try something else, and we don't have to do what we're doing now. Next slide, please. So Hickory Cluster is asking you to support the original Charles Goodman design intent, support the architectural integrity of the cluster, support Hickory Cluster RA approved standards, the approval process, and the covenants compliance process. And the cluster is asking you to disapprove this application. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. And I'll just, I think that pretty much sums up the position from Hickory Cluster Association. And I would just add that you can just tell from this last slide how the windows are a very important architectural element throughout our community. And to maintain the standard is important to have that visual continuity throughout the cluster.
Thank you. Anybody have any comments from our side?
I have a question on timing. If this originated in 2018, the house was sold, someone else purchased it, and now they've inherited the issue. Is that the correct series of events?
Yeah, the 2018 seller did these modifications. In addition, there were issues with a bay window and also sliding glass doors and a few other things. The buyer, the current owner, inherited the liability, well, inherited the responsibility for these, but understand has some sort of contractual relationship with the seller to deal with it.
Is the applicant here to speak?
The applicant, yes, which is the current owner.
Is the applicant here?
Yes.
This is Dan Galindo. Could I ask one other question? Because it's implied in the presentation, but it's not directly stated. So is it safe to assume that when the compliance summary was provided to the purchaser, that this non-compliance issue was noted in that compliance summary?
Absolutely. Very clearly, both textually in a table of a summary table, compliance summary, and graphically as well.
Okay, thank you.
Were those, Mr. Poss, the 4 manufacturers that currently manufacture windows that meet the dimensional requirements of the Hickory cluster standards? Was that information shared with the homeowner?
We didn't get to that point.
I think
It's not really a part of the function. If we were to share that information, it would have been typically during the application process.
during the application process. I think that's an important point to raise, is that these windows were put in without the application process. And as Michael pointed out in the presentation, we wouldn't be here right now if the previous owners had followed that process.
And guys, I bet you I can produce an email that does mention what you might want to do to deal with this with another type of window.
Yeah, at this point, I think we're now rehearing the application, so I think we need to hear now from Neil and Jenny, and hopefully one of them can talk about these windows, and then we can decide and we can make a vote so we can keep this moving. I think you guys made a good case, and I think we just need to move to hear what the applicant needs to say.
Sure, I appreciate that. I'm getting a lot of feedback here. Hold on a second. The original owner is also on the phone.
Neil, if you're using a phone and your computer, you might want to mute or turn the speaker down. Okay.
Let me move away from my computer and see if that helps.
Neil?
I think his phone's muted now.
It's very faint, Neil.
Neil, we cannot hear you. We're losing Neil.
Neil, come back.
Neil? All right, is the applicant available?
I'm here. The former homeowner is here as well. If Marvin, I don't know if you have any comments to give more context at the time that the windows were replaced. If someone could unmute Marvin Schroeder.
Let's find him for you.
SCHROE.
I'm unmuted.
Yeah.
So with regard to these windows, there was significant flooding in the home when we were out of the country. I was living in Saudi Arabia at the time. And to remediate the flooding, there was a lot of replacements done in the house, which included the replacement of these windows. I had to replace all the floors and a number of elements in the home based on an insurance claim. So in terms of purchasing the windows, we did that at Home Depot because of the issues with the house. Speed was a concern, and we weren't living in the house at the time. So that's why these windows. We also took care to make sure that they, first of all, they're on the back of the house, up against an easement, and took care to from the exchanges that were made with both with the folks at Home Depot and also with myself in Saudi Arabia to try and remediate the issue. So that's the overall context of the situation for the replacement of these particular windows. So that's why an application was never filed. So there was a large amount of damage to the house because of the flooding at the time.
Am I still muted?
We can hear you now, Neil.
Okay. I think it's also worth noting that was Marvin and Mona's first home that they purchased in a homeowners association. They pulled windows out of the frame and put new windows in that did exactly fit that frame. I don't think they had any reason to believe that there was a need for an application.
Neil, it's your connection's pretty poor.
We can hear you when you're at the computer, but not when you're talking into the phone.
Right, but when I'm near the computer, let me hang up and see if you can hear me on the computer. Oh. Can you hear me?
That's better.
No, that's perfect.
Good. Okay. Oof. All right. So I apologize. Let me just repeat what I said because I'm not sure. My brain was addled. I don't know about anybody else's, but so when Marvin and Mona moved into the house, and Marvin, correct me if I'm wrong about this, you know, they quickly discovered that the windows were an issue, pulled the windows out, but within that same, they found windows that fit within that same frame. So I think that they didn't believe that they were making any alterations that needed the approval of any sort of board, because windows out, windows in basically was what they did with the replacements. You know, if they had known that they needed to go, that this was going to be considered an alteration, I'm sure they would have checked. But again, it was simply a matter of pulling existing, you know, metal framed inefficient windows out and plugging in into the same hole, basically these new high efficiency, energy efficient windows. Marvin, do you have anything you wanted to add to that? And I think that, and I don't know if this is the time, so, you know, feel free to stop me if you like, but I think that the context is important. And I think when you all were making a decision the last go around, there really isn't new information. I think that the context in which this decision was made was the fact that these windows are on the back side of this property. This property backs to a wooded common area, and behind the wooded common area there is the parking lot for United Christian Parish Church. And so I believe, and anybody from HCA, please correct me if I'm wrong about this, there's not been, outside of the board who went back there to look, there's not been a single complaint about these windows, which have been in place for, I believe, 11 years. So we have perfectly good windows in an area where nobody sees them. Because of, you know, it's back to that common area, zero complaints, zero neighbors who care about it. And it seems to me just to be, I mean, windows do have a lifespan to them. And so, okay, when these windows wear out and it's time to replace them, we know what we need to do. But it does seem to me to be odd to replace windows in an area that, you know, that have been in existence for 11 years that nobody has once complained about. Nobody has once even noticed. The only way to see these windows is to actually, you have to walk around the buildings. There's no trail back there. There's no path back there. There's no foot traffic or car traffic back there. It's almost, you know, it's very difficult. I don't know that most people could even know how to find this location. So it does seem to me that was the context, but it was a close match. They had been in existence for 11 years. There didn't seem to be any sort of you know, intent on the part of the owners to skirt some sort of regulations, that was the reason that the RA granted the approval for the windows that are there.
Thank you, Neil. Any questions from my colleagues on the design review board?
I just have one thing. Have the other violations been fixed?
No, they have not. We have been awaiting the outcome of this meeting. And I also have I guess I have and again, please correct me if I'm wrong. I have a question about process. And I'm not likening this to a criminal proceeding. Well, I guess maybe I am. It seems to me that you have both a determination of guilt or innocence, and then you have essentially a sentencing component. And I wonder if there is any flexibility in the sentencing or any of the ability to appeal a sentencing component of this so that if the board decides we were wrong, this is not close enough, if there's some way to say, okay, well, great, we're not close enough, but here we have 11-year-old windows that no one has complained about. So the sentence is, next time these windows wear out and they need to be replaced, you will replace them with compliant windows.
Yes, our process is pretty simple. We review the application and make our decisions based upon the merit and the detail of the application as it applied to our design guidelines and that of the cluster associations as well. And so it's more of an approved, not approved scenario.
Can either Michael or Sean weigh in and confirm whether or not there have been any complaints or any comments about the windows in the 11 years that they've been in place?
Guys, I think that's a false issue. The responsibility for complying with the cluster standards is a homeowner responsibility, and the homeowner is advised of all this when they purchase the home. They're responsible for following the rules, which includes applying for approval for things like windows. Because nobody has complained about it is irrelevant. The fact that the windows are facing the back of the house is irrelevant. And by the way, not all of them face the back of the house. At least 2 of them are on the side, I believe, in the bay window, and another 1 or 2 is on the other side of the house. So there are 3 out of 4 sides with windows that are non-compliant.
Okay. Let's move along.
And well,
go ahead.
Neil asked if I had anything to add too. So if it's all right with DRB,
Please.
I'd like to just. Yeah. To Michael's point, it's irrelevant whether or not there were complaints made, and the owners were given the disclosure documents, or the former owners were given the disclosure documents when they purchased the home. They're well aware of the covenants and standards.
And again, I think that if it was some changes intuitively require a board approval or some sort of approval. When you're taking windows out of a hole and placing new windows back in that same hole, I don't know that is, whether or not we can argue about whether or not they should have known, but I don't think that screams you need to check with your HOA board before you pull one window out and plug another one exactly into that same location. And they're both
Yes, you do.
You do. It's very clear.
Okay, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to move the meeting along. Are there any questions from the design review board members?
I've none at this time.
Bruce?
No.
Karen?
No.
Michael?
No.
I can't see other faces. Who else is on the line with me?
This is Dan. I have none.
Thank you, Dan. Anybody else?
Scott, I have none.
All right, then I'm going to take a vote.
There's no motion yet, Ken.
I'm sorry. Yes, I need a motion.
I'll motion to disapprove the windows.
Is there a second?
And I'll give the applicant, should we put a time frame on it? You know how
Yeah.
we've done that in the past. I'll give 1 year from disapproval to replace.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to disapprove with the caveat of 1 year to rectify. Any further discussion? All those in favor of disapproving the application, please signify by stating aye and raise your hand if you're showing your screen.
Aye.
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 Lisa or whomever, can you take a tally?
Yeah, that's 4.
All those opposed signify. I oppose.
I've got 2, so I'm
Yeah, I see
missing.
Nick, Bruce, myself.
I'm missing 2 because I can't.
It was Nick, Bruce, and Neil, I think, voted no. Or sorry, Nick, Bruce, and Ken, no.
Okay, so that's 3.
Lisa, will you take a roll call vote?
Yes. Nick,
No.
Bruce,
No.
Ken,
No.
Dan,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Karen.
We're voting to what now?
Disapprove.
Confused.
Disapprove the windows.
You're voting in the affirmative to disapprove.
Yes.
And then Michael, yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You have the tally? Is there anybody abstaining?
We have 4 yays and 3 nays. I mean, 4 ayes and 3 nays.
The motion to disapprove this application is approved. It has passed.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on to the second item. This one is informative. I'm looking forward to this one. This is the Lake Thoreau Spillway.
And we have to have the South Lake kids, please raise your hands on the blue hands on your right bottom. There's one, okay, because we want to unmute them. There's one, got it. Okay, here's one. Anyone else? I've got 3.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Marco, yes.
Yes, you can hear me.
Yes, I see 3 hands up. Anybody else?
We should have 4.
Yeah. There's a Nava, I believe is her name.
Yeah, Nava.
Nava, okay. You guys can start while I find her.
Okay, I just want to start before the kids start in. I want to thank the board for voting to have Spectrum continue its exhibition period. This we thought was very critical in this time of uncertainty, and to have taken it down months ago, actually in March, it probably wouldn't have been a advantageous move to the psyche of the greater community. So I just want to say thank you. The students are continuing their work on this particular concept. So they're going to present that to you, and they will talk to you in detail as far as how they plan to go ahead and put this together. When they get back to school and actually get to finish the project is still quite uncertain, waiting on FCPS board decisions. So with no further ado, I will give it to the students to rock and roll.
Hey, so hi everyone, I'm Gwyneth from STEAM Team. And so for our 2020 sculpture, we've named it Part and Parcel. And so our original message, which has changed since the pandemic, talks about climate change and how the world is undergoing extreme harm through politics, disease, and what we identified then, most critically, climate change. And the cause of this that we also identified was that companies displaying their ignorance towards the climate have allowed hazardous materials to pollute our oceans and air. And through our project, we wanted to bring awareness to the companies and the corporations that could have done better, that could have had better systems of disposing their unused products and materials. And based off that, we were inspired for our sculpture to be composed of at least 85 repurposed materials, which is our goal. And to make that difference, we actually received a bunch of PVC tubing, which some of you have already seen from Comstock, which is our main element of our sculpture. And we had planned to ask other companies for excess materials, but since then we have realized that we don't actually need it anymore. We have enough of our own repurposed materials and the PVC tubing from Comstock to complete our sculpture. And by repurposing these materials, we're challenging ourselves to create art out of things that would otherwise have become, and creating a piece that is made primarily out of repurposed material, beautiful. So
All right, so I'm David, and so this year we want to explore Gestalt's principle that like the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, and part and parcel is going to use simple PVC pipes that come together to create a complex, fluid, and thought-provoking form. And the recycled materials that Steam Team uses are going to like become beautiful by the way they're connected. And the two layers of pipes complement rather than conflict and become a more compelling work of art. And in the context of COVID-19, the pipes come together in the same way that communities and frontline workers are coming together to fight the virus.
Yeah, so our piece will be very accessible to the public. You know, people are inside, a lot of people are walking by this sculpture. So we wanted to relate to how our community has been able to come together during this global crisis. So each separate colorful PVC tube will be connected by kind of like a chain. So all these separate individual pieces will be brought together, which is the Gestalt theory, which is a psychology term, which basically means that when people are looking at design, you don't see each individual part. You see everything come together as a whole. You don't notice the small little shapes and small little pieces that make it one thing. We will put all of these PVC tubes together to create one dynamic, fluid sculpture. So we would like to ask what you think about it.
I worked on the digital designs this year. I started just by experimenting with the capabilities of Inventor, which is the program you used, and it blossomed into Part and Parcel. So the design on slide 4 with the differently colored PVC piping, it's a more simplistic design. It doesn't really incorporate any realistic fabrication methods, but it utilizes the differently colored PVC piping we have available. The poles in the design, like all of the other digital designs, vary in length, the tallest being 13 feet and the shortest being 7 feet, creating a wave-like sort of shape. We think it resembles waves in the water or like lake grass with all the pipes, which I think is appropriate considering it sits on the lake. The second digital design has a hollow wooden base on slide 5. This design experimented with the possible hollow wooden base to stabilize the poles. The design doesn't completely accurately reflect the capabilities of the method. In reality, the poles would need to be aligned in straight lines because creating a curve would be far too complex. We brainstormed how we could use that to our advantage though. So on other designs, we considered placing the PVC piping in a shape significant to the community, such as a map of Reston or an outline of Reston's boundaries and its waterways. Using a wooden base, the placement would need to be linear, but we could use it for Roman numerals to signify the age of Reston.
That's slide 5.
This design is similar to another that sandwiches the pieces between two planks that would be repurposed from the Simon design that was used in the past.
You guys can talk about the other fluid projects, that the other model on 6 and 7.
Yeah, so with these models, we built somewhat of a prototype of it, but I don't believe we included pictures in this slideshow. But basically, we took a piece of wire and chained kind of these cups onto it, and we would place the PVC tubes inside of there. And so all of these separate tubes would be connected by one strand, and we could shape it into different pieces like this, and it would be attached down to the edges, just like that. And we could kind of mold it into different shapes, looking kind of like a wave, as we said earlier.
Yeah, so in these pictures, that's the model we're leaning towards, but what we really want to know right now, because there's so many different ways we can configure the poles in this wave, is kind of like what your opinions on aesthetics are, and that's really what we just need to work on right now, because we're really confident in how to construct this, but we just need to get back to school and figure out the exact aesthetics of what we're going to construct this.
Yeah, we haven't been able to play around with the actual models yet in real life to see how it works, because we can't be in school, we can't be all together just yet.
Yeah, and as you can see in some of those pictures, the poles do overhang over the water, and we kind of want to incorporate that, not to an extreme to interfere with water activities, but to give that effect of like anti-gravity, and how our concept is so structurally sound that it can hold over the water and defy gravity in that sense. Yes, and in these pictures, you can see other uses of the airplane cable wires that would be used to hold it down, so it would not move around. You can see on the model there's like yarn and push pins, but in reality, it's this airplane wire cord. In the last two pictures, you can see from previous sculptures how it is used.
And like how Nava said before, we're not able to work on this project right now because we usually build it in the school parking lot. But if you guys have like any comments on the aesthetic composition of the piece, we'll be happy to hear it, since we're still working on it.
Did we lose Ken, or are you still here?
Ken?
Looks like we might have lost Ken. So in order to keep this going, I'll start with a couple questions I have. One is to staff. Is this for concept approval only? Or
No, this is just informational, simply informational. If you'd like to have comments or opinions, please do so, and I can write them down in just informational context.
Okay, and then I guess I have a question for the team. And first, thank you all for presenting this. These are always, I think, some of the best things we get to see are these, the structures on the lakes here. I'm a little bit confused. The digital model, that was kind of your first attempt, and then the cardboard model is more of the direction you think this is going to go once it's built?
Yeah, so it's not exactly possible on the computer models to demonstrate that curve you see there, but that was where we started out, and where the curve model is kind of is where we're going.
Okay, excellent. I like the design of the poles leaning over. I think, my interpretation of it was waves. I might have taken it too literally that it's waves on the water, and I do appreciate all the thought and meaning that went into it. And I think that's a great thing about public art, is everyone has their own interpretation of it. But I think this is an excellent concept to continue to study.
Thank you.
I had a quick question. First of all, I always enjoy the work that you bring to us, and thank you. And look forward to you getting back and being able to start to implement. I was just curious about the color. Is that built into the piping, or how is the color achieved?
So we actually have 3 colors of piping: red, pink, and purple. The majority of the pipes are red, so we would just leave them the way they are, no painting or anything.
Yeah, they're already colored.
Thank you.
This is Michael here. That was actually one of my questions was, color in its own can be, a way to express the different kind of ways you guys could look at it. So I was thinking if there's a better way to maybe pick some better colors, but that was just my initial thing. But if they're already, are they all the PEX? Is it PEX piping, or is it PVC? It's all PVC.
It's all PVC, yes.
So it's pretty rigid pipe. It's not flexible at all.
No. Yeah.
Okay. I haven't seen red PVC pipe, so I just was curious. So yeah, I would maybe look at some color studies, just so you could kind of, you could look at, the architect. There's an architect called Le Corbusier. He did a lot of art and color studies and how they kind of relate to each other. If it is possible to paint, I know you're trying to reuse, as many materials as possible. Because you just have red and blue is what you have, and you have maybe pink as well, you said?
We have
on
mostly
the
red
end pieces, or you can go.
No, we have red, purple, and pink, but mostly red, yeah.
Okay.
And on the end pieces, it's white, So when all the poles are strung together, there's like a kind of white stripe that's going through the whole piece. You can kind of see it in the pictures, but it's a little hard to see.
I'm gonna see if I can find a picture of it to show the picture of our chain that we created.
White along the top?
Yeah, so like the whole chain, we have connected like small pieces of tubing to like separate each tube by like exactly 6 inches. And all the tubes and all the caps that go on the chain are all white. So it'll, from far away, I think in the models you can see a little bit, the tips of each pole is painted white. That's for the chain. So it's gonna look like there's like a long white line going around the edge of the sculpture.
Gotcha. My opinion would be don't be afraid to paint them. If the colors don't work together, I wouldn't be afraid to paint them, but that's just me. So
I think the only problem is that it'll be kind of difficult to paint them because it's a very smooth surface and it might get a little weathered, and we have a bit of a low budget, so we're trying to reuse what we can, but we'll look into that.
But budget is something you'll always come against.
I would follow up on some of the previous comments made. I think this is beautiful, and I applaud all of you, especially the thoughtfulness of incorporating this into contemporary issues we face. And it's been a while since I've heard of Gestalt, so it's really good to hear of some of the theories that you're looping in. Similar to what Michael mentioned, one of my favorite contemporary architects is Santiago Calatrava. And it may, for your own inspiration or interest, whether it directly impacts your work going forward or not, I think you may enjoy looking at some of his work that he's done in Spain and around the world. He's works with a lot of individual elements that have this kind of hypnotic repetition and achieve really beautiful sculptural effects. And it seems like you guys are following suit, so best of luck. It seems really promising.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I really like the ones that have the dynamism of the wave as opposed to the staticness of the tubes, and it's more lifelike in that it has motion. And I really appreciate the thoughtfulness of what is important to you and important to all of us to be more mindful of how we use things and how you can incorporate them into something artful is a wonderful process for anyone who travels through it to make those kinds of connections. So I really congratulate you on the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoying doing it too.
So we're still working on aesthetics. We haven't been able to create too many models because our time got cut short at school. But if you guys have any input about aesthetics, we'd love to hear it.
I could repeat pretty much everything that's been said. I mean, I really like the idea and the models we have here. I think similar to what Michael said, my biggest concern would just be whether those two colors will be easy to distinguish from one another actually out on the water over time, but you won't really be able to know that until you can actually go out there and play around with it a little bit. So really aesthetically, that's probably my biggest concern looking at this, but I'm really excited to see what y'all come up with. I think it's a great idea.
And to follow with that, I mentioned Calatrava only because he works in a single color. It's often white, but whether it's red or pink or whichever color you study and like the most, I think which we're looking at now, this subtle changing and incremental change in angle, creating this geometric wave. I think you're going to find that just the light and shadow is going to be pretty animated in and of itself. So it's always something aesthetically to balance of having, do you let the shade and shadow of the curvature, or is the color too much with that? So that may be worth keeping in mind as you go forward. when you look at different options.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I know this presentation is purely informational, but if it is possible, we were looking for final approval since we feel really confident in the method of producing this. So if that is possible, I'm just putting that out there.
Well done. Well done. I was waiting for that.
Which exact design are you guys looking to, which slide number are you guys looking to try to pursue?
I would say with a more dimension. Yeah.
You're breaking up on my end. I'm not sure.
Yeah, breaking up.
Lisa heard that.
Oh, so I would say the one you're on right now, the current slide.
This one. Okay. So slide 6, I think is what it says.
Yes.
Do that. And obviously the wave might kind of obviously mold into what you guys can and cannot do once you start working with the material. But you want a general conceptual approval to keep moving forward with that idea.
Yeah, as soon as we can get back into school, we'll start playing around with our concepts. But since school grounds are still closed, we can't start construction just yet.
Are you looking for final approval or conceptual approval?
We were looking for final approval today, if that is possible.
I just don't know if there's, sorry, I'm not trying to steamroll it. I just don't know if there's really enough to give a final approval. I mean, won't you guys do full scale mock-ups with your PVC pipes that we can see, or no?
Yeah.
I think you're going to have a problem of when they will be able to get to school to do all of that in the time frame that we could approve it. So I think
Gotcha.
We're in extreme circumstances. So
Yes, can I interject here? They're looking to, it must be built in the school parking lot. All sculptures in the past have been constructed in the school parking lot because the engineering details, while they work great on a model, once they get full size, they'll be challenged with figuring out those problems. So yes, and time being what it is, they feel confident with the tension cable system because, like they said before, that's been a system we've used on quite a few of the previous sculptures. So a lot still has to be done with them playing with the materials and erecting it to see the actual problems.
I think if something,
I'm sorry.
I think if something similar to what's on the screen right now is what's constructed out there, I wouldn't have a problem with us making that motion tonight. I would hope that if there's any drastic changes that are discovered, this board could vote via email somewhat expeditiously to approve any changes or major deviations to not hold up the students just in case they get the word go and they want to jump on it.
Yeah, we're just looking for time to get in there and get the project moving because in actuality, install would probably be months away. And then probably maybe even 6 months away. So yes, so expediting the process would definitely be helpful.
In that case, I'd make a motion to approve the images shown on slide 6 and that design intent for the project moving forward and encourage the applicant to update the DRB if there's any notable changes to this direction forward.
Second. I will second that.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes, Ken.
This is Ken. I'm sorry, I lost my my computer. The screen, the display finally died, so I moved to my cellular phone. Sorry about the distraction of me going on and off. I was trying to repair the machine. Can you restate the motion for my clarification only? Thank you.
Yes, the motion is approved design is presented on the screen right now, which was the wavy design, with the thought that the applicant would come back to DRB via email if there's any notable changes from what's presented once they get into design.
And I seconded, Michael seconded.
It might be interesting to see a series of photographs at different intervals as you have to adjust to what you can do. I think having a record of that whole process would be really interesting.
Absolutely.
Would we want that amended in the motion, or is that just a?
No, that's just a comment.
Okay.
For them to think about.
Very good. All right. Well, I appreciate everybody's patience as I was trying to tie back in, but I will make a comment that I was hoping to make earlier. As I believe it was, I forget who made the statement, but this is one of the best times on the DRB in reviewing these projects from South Lakes. I've always enjoyed this. I've got a personal connection to some of the prior efforts. This is quite a joy. And what I see here is just a continuation of the phenomenal work that's being done by Marco, your team, and the students. So job well done. So with that, I'll take a vote for everybody. All those in favor of the motion as given, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Ken says aye. Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? Very good. The motion passes. This is final approval.
Yay.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you.
So can people go and watch?
Yeah, when we get back into school, absolutely. Usually we have, we have an opening. So the students will have an opening while it's erected in the school parking lot so that the public can come to the opening and enjoy viewing the sculpture up close, because that's the only time it's ever viewed that close, of course, being the remote location. But so that will come out on a email to all who are involved, and an invitation will come out to come to the opening.
Great, thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Good luck to everybody.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you for participating in this whirlwind Zoom event.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right.
Take care. All right. If I may, I'll try to see if we can move this along. Let's go to item H. The 11501 Sunrise Valley Drive, Kensington Senior Living. Are the applicants available?
Yes.
Yeah, this is Michael Raffiti. How are you?
Very good, Mike. How are you?
Good, good. Just a reminder, I'm Michael Raffiti, Kensington Senior Living, and we've been before this board, I don't know, maybe 12 times or so in the last 2 years. We're here today just to get approval of temporary marketing signage. We have option 1, option 2. These would be put up. Those dates are wrong. They're stale. They were from a presentation a few months ago, but we would hope to install them as soon as possible in June, and it'd probably be up, given the construction timelines, probably until about December. But option 1 is a double-sided 8x8 sign. The last time we spoke to the board, we got some tentative approval for 2 4x8 signs. So instead of that, we put them into 1 8x8. And then we have option 2, which is just a 4x8 sign, double-sided, that will be installed out front near the sidewalk to catch traffic going east and west on Sunrise Valley Drive. The design suggestions were from Tall Oaks. Those were provided to us. So use the same white PVC caps and try to keep the colors minimal, but they do represent our marketing colors, obviously different colors than Tall Oaks. So prefer option 1, and we also gave option 2.
Thank you. Let me ask any of my colleagues if you have any questions or comments.
How long do you anticipate a temporary sign?
From about June to, call it, December.
And after that,
It would come down, and we have permanent signage that we've received approval for in the past.
thank you.
Mhm.
Anybody else?
So there's only one sign in either case.
Yeah, these first 2 pages are the only thing we're talking about.
And
It's
I thought this one had been rejected. The 8x8.
well, yeah, and that's the reason why we put it back is we got approval for 2 4x8, so we decided to combine it to 1
I see.
8x8, right?
Yeah, I think that was probably with the thought that one would have been the contractor and one would have been Kensington. My thought is the 4x8 sign is perfect. It meets the design guidelines. I would have a problem with this or making motion to approve that particular sign number 2.
Can you say that again, please?
The whole thing?
I yeah, I didn't hear all of it.
Sure. The original 8x8 sign probably was gonna, we thought it was gonna be 2 4x8 signs with different sign packages on them or different graphics. I think in the vein of it being 8x8 for one, it doesn't really meet what we were thinking at the time. I think the 4x8 sign as presented option 2 is perfect for a temporary sign for the project, and I have no problem making a motion to approve that sign for option 2.
Second.
We as oh, sorry. Yes, we'll discuss after the second.
So we have a motion and a second to approve option 2.
Well, okay, so I think we need to include the timeframes for it, for the 4x8. I prefer the 4x8 also. So it would be starting now and until as soon as you can get it installed, is that right? And then it would go, could you say what the date would be for it to?
Could we make that till they get their occupancy permit due to COVID and maybe dates changing with construction delays to give them some flexibility? Once they obtain their occupancy permit, the sign should come down.
Okay.
Comfortable with that.
I forget who made the motion. Are you comfortable with that?
That's fine.
I mean, okay. And the person who seconded, excuse me.
I agree.
Okay. Any other comments?
The only other comment, I drove by today, just talked to Forrester about their sign is still up and flying high above the fence there. So just make sure to talk to them about getting that thing down or getting it approved.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. I have a motion, a second with a slight adjustment. Let me take a vote. All those in favor of the motion as stated and amended with time frame, please signify by stating aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? Very good. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for participating tonight. All right.
Thanks.
Let's move on to item I, 11830 Sunrise Valley Drive. This would be the VY Heights.
I do not see the applicant here. If the applicant is here, can they please raise their hand in the, using the blue hand, please? Because I don't see her here. You can still hear it, but I just don't see her here. She did
She
confirm.
said she's here. Sharon
Yeah.
Cotton.
Sharon Cotton. I'm looking for her email, but I don't see it.
She's in the comments.
She's unmuted now. She's good.
Okay. Hi. I'm under a different email address with a Zoom account under Robert F. Cotton.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Thanks, Sharon.
That's okay. I'm the general manager for Reston Heights, and we opened up in January 2018 a new property with JBG Smith, and We have signage that is already up on the building, and we were notified that if someone wanted us to take it down. We didn't realize that we needed to go ahead and get that approved again. That was approved with the original package when we opened up the community. We are still in lease up, especially since the pandemic. Our occupancy is not what we had hoped to achieve at this point. So we put in the application to have that for permanent signage. We really do need the advertising. We're kind of hidden away, and we want to make sure that our occupancy stays high, and that we support the community, and that the retail that's in the lower level of the community also gets attention. So we were told that we needed to apply, so that's what I'm doing here, and I'm hoping that we can just get these signs approved and remain in place.
Are these temporary signs now?
These were original, I guess they were temporary at the beginning, the original permit, but we would like them to be permanent signage so that we can have advertising to maintain, the community at the occupancy that we need to be successful.
Any other comments? That's a good question.
Does this meet like any kind of county standards for signage?
The original package that was submitted was with our development team, and they went ahead and everything was approved and within the parameters that we needed for our sign package.
As a temporary sign or as a permanent sign?
I think when you open the community, it first has to be temporary, and that's why we are now applying for the permanent signage.
So I've got a comment maybe for staff or question. I think I've been a part of this application since the beginning, but I don't remember these large vinyl banners being part of any signed package drawings that this board reviewed.
No, we didn't review them as temporary as signage. I don't have that either, but we do have these listed under temporary signs in this application.
Right, but we've never seen these
No.
before. We never had approved these banner signs on a building like this.
Right. Fairfax County might have, but we didn't.
Okay.
Actually, I mean, you're going to always be leasing, right? Because
we will.
People are going to be moving in and out, so there's no such thing as a leasing phase.
Well, at the beginning, you're definitely trying to have your, traffic much higher, because it's a lot harder when you're first opening the property to get as much traffic as you can. And there's a big marketing package that goes with that. Once you've maintained occupancy where you're stable, which is about 90%, there's always people coming in and out. There's always a turnover about 50%, just because the DC metro area is so
right.
Yeah.
I don't think I've seen any other of these buildings along the toll road that has that much signage.
I do believe XO, most of our competitors, Aperture, Signature, they all have signage and banners up.
Sure, but you have several of them.
Those
properties are not located in the DRB jurisdiction. Unfortunately, VY is unique that it's on the corridor, but it's still in our jurisdiction. All those other properties you just mentioned are all in the TSA. So they're allowed to do kind of whatever they want.
Yeah, the only applicable one I would think of is Harrison House.
Sure.
Yeah, Harrison had a banner for quite some time, but I don't think it was ever approved. But it may have been pre my time on the board.
Michael, I think that's right. It wasn't approved, and we worked with them to come up with a similar leasing sign that we just kind of discussed with Kensington, that it was going to be a ground-mounted 8x4 sign or some fashion next to their monument sign. And even going through the design guidelines, it says the board will consider applications for banner signs, but they may be displayed for no more than 2 weeks. So I don't think this is going to fall into any criteria that we can work with or would want to work with here.
Anybody else?
Would you guys have any interest? Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, would you guys have any interest in putting together a 4x8, board sign that could go down along Sunrise Valley that could help maybe try to pull in some people that way versus these banners? Is there a different way that you guys could market to get people in there? Because I think probably the banners are going to be tough to approve just because for how massive they are, and they overwhelm the building significantly. So I think that's kind of the main issue with them.
Right. I mean, I think the idea is that we're looking for drive-by traffic since we are tucked away so that people can see some of these banners as they're going through. We do have windmasters that are on the corners. If you can see even below on that picture, advertising the community. It's just, I mean, of course, we'll take what we can get, but I think the 4x8 is not very easy to see. It gives our number, obviously, and then we're able to kind of get that drive-by traffic so that we can maintain. It's been a challenge to definitely lease, and especially with the pandemic, I think, not having that exposure for people to go to the website. We are not as exposed as they are, as the communities that are in Reston Town Center. And so that's kind of what our challenge has been. I mean, we're still in lease up phase. We're only at 74% leased when we had expected to be at about 95%, just because of everything that's happening. So, I mean, if we can continue them as temporary signage, we'll take that. If we can keep them permanent, that's better. But if you let me know what we need to change, I can definitely go back to the marketing department and talk with them about it, and we can modify if we need to. I mean, we of course we support Reston. We're part of the community. We've really been involved since we opened up. So we'll do what we need to do. We're just hoping for the most marketing that we can get so we can be successful.
Anybody else in the group?
Well, yes, it seems to me, and this was just my observation, and it's been made by others, that it'd be difficult to approve this as a permanent sign. So the question is, are you understanding that? Are you asking us to review this as a temporary sign or a permanent sign?
Well, I mean, we would love it as a permanent sign, but if that's not something that you would be able to do, then perhaps we can extend it for a temporary sign, and then that would give us some time with marketing to discuss what we need to submit to get approved. As far as I was told, all the signage that has been placed in was in that original package that was approved with the community when we opened. So if that's not the case, I definitely want to make sure we're in compliance.
Yeah, that's not the case, that we've
Sure.
reviewed the banner signs this large with advertising on them to be a permanent or even temporary sign installation at that time.
Agreed. Anybody else? Yeah, I would say if we could look at this as a temporary sign, I think we can discuss this further.
Okay, that's fine. And well, I guess we have to discuss what the parameters of temporary would be.
Ken, in my opinion, I don't know if there's any way that we can have these kept as temporary signs. It's a leasing sign. The guidelines are clear that leasing signs need to be that 4x8.
Yeah.
We just talked to Kensington. We talked to Van Meter. They all have the same sign of being equitable and against the guidelines at that point. So I don't want to hog all the motions, but my motion would be to disapprove the banners, all the banner signs, encourage the applicant to resubmit. 4x8 signs are within guidelines. I think due to the multiple frontages the property has, that the property could be eligible for several 4x8 leasing signs. That would be my motion right now.
Okay. Michael Wood seconded.
Say that again.
Just Michael Wood seconds the motion.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Any further discussion?
I guess if I can just ask, so at this point, what would happen if you're not approving the continuation of keeping the signs up? How long do we have that we need to take them down, or is there an appeal process, or can we resubmit?
If it's a procedural matter, I think the signs need to come down immediately based on the disapproval of them right now, and the fact that I think they have been up for a while now. And I don't know if there's a different time constraint that Anthony or any of the staff has an opinion on.
Yeah, I was going to ask staff if there are any precedent or any guidelines to a time frame
When
for.
we disapprove, we usually give them 30 days to take it down.
Thank you.
But you can say what you want.
Appreciate that.
Uh-huh.
Any comments on that?
I guess my question is, if I do have documentation that showed that these were approved, would that make a difference? If I look into that, it sounds like you're saying that you don't recall approving this, that maybe this was just approved with the county and that maybe it was an oversight with Reston Association. I do need to talk to, of course, my corporate office and development.
It sounds like that would be an appealable thing if it was new information or misapplication.
Okay.
But
Okay.
yeah, as it stands now, I don't recall ever reviewing these banner signs or any other board members at that time would have approved these banner signs on a building like this.
Yeah, I would agree. If there were such a thing approved, it would have been approved as a temporary sign nonetheless.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Any other comments from the group?
I have one comment.
Please.
I think, I don't know if it's called the Lincoln, but it's another multifamily development that's right down the street and right across the street from Kensington, which we just approved 4x8 signs of. And they have these tall, like vinyl, similar billboard-like signs that we're looking at now that have stayed up too long or are now tattered because this material isn't designed to be worn. It's not a facade material and it's kind of just plastered on top of the building. So I think that's the reason I bring that up is I think support of the other concerns that have been voiced by previous members that I don't think these can be left up for too long. Otherwise they deteriorate. And besides, I think what Michael mentioned before is they don't meet kind of the dimensional requirements of, for example, the signs we just approved that are a few hundred feet away at Kensington.
Thank you. Thanks, Scott. Anybody else? Yeah, I would agree with everybody's comments here. So I have nothing to add. So if I may, I'll take the vote. There's a motion on the table to disapprove. All those in favor?
Oh, and I second.
Sorry. And all those in favor of the motion, please signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Is there anybody abstaining? All right, motion stands. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, everybody. All right, next item is item J, 11840 Sunrise Valley Drive, the International Building Garage. We're talking about the mural. The applicant on the call.
David? David, he's here. Dave, okay.
This picture was there before.
He's here. David, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. And then if you're able to pull up down, if I can either share the screen or you can just pull up the application would be great.
She's going to go ahead and pull up the PDF.
Great, thank you so much.
Here it is.
I'll go ahead and get started while we're scrolling down. If you could just go all the way down to what was the PowerPoint, you'll see a big blue slide. I think it's 12 there. Great, we'll start there. So hello everyone, I'm David Schneider. I'm a land use attorney with Holland and Knight, represent American Real Estate Partners, who own just a few parcels down from Vi in Reston Heights, the office building in Reston Heights, and the garage across the road. We're very excited. This is a public art application, and we think that this is an opportunity for a significant placemaking opportunity in Reston. We'll go to the next slide just to help guide where we are. The property location's highlighted in red, and it's going to be on the eastern side where the blue line, the blue box is pointing to, directly across from the existing office building. And you'll see it's between the residential building and the Sheridan. So we think there's a great synergy here. You're coming out of the office building and you're going to see this public art piece, and you're going to, residents of the, guests of the hotel can come interact with it, as well as residents in the residential building, as well as the broader Reston community. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that this is just a picture of the existing facade as it looked in March when we originally filed the application for the March meeting. This wall is a great canvas and a great opportunity to provide some life. And if you can go to the next slide. So here we have just an elevation to help give a sense of the project. The artist is looking to do about a 25 by 25 foot mural with a little bit of discretion if, dimensions need to change a little bit on the scene. Or if we'll get into the artist if she feels a little bit moved a different direction, but that's just the general parameters, a 25 by 25, maybe a little bit wider is what we're hearing. The gray shaded area is the area on that whole facade so that it's limited. It would have to go somewhere in there. As we'll get into, the artist focuses, and her thing is interactive art. So she wants to put it in the spot of the facade that's going to allow for the most interaction. But we don't want it to be that it could just be anywhere. So we thought if we limited to the portion of the building, it would help provide guidance. And then you'll also see the little box to the left of the mural is a small plaque, 18-inch by 24-inch, that will just help explain the art piece, help with that interactive component to it. And then as you'll see the artist has incorporated a lot of Reston elements into the art piece, and that'll help provide information about that. You'll go to the next one. So we're really excited. This is, the artist is Kelsey Montague. She's, you can go to the next one. An internationally renowned artist. She has over 300 murals all over the world. You'll see she has lots of national press. She's known for interactive street art, and she actually has more than 5,000 followers on social media, and it's growing daily. So it's a big deal.
Right? Oh, wow.
It's a big deal for us to try to be able to bring her to Reston. She's proposing to bring, and if you'll go to the next slide, what's called her What Lifts You Up campaign. And this is people pose in front of wings or other elements like balloons or something that's supposed to help you soar. You take a picture in front of it, and then you post it to social media with a statement about what personally lifts you up. And we think now in this world situation with COVID-19 that we're living in, to have some positivity in a way that can be shared like this is just a great thing for the community. Some examples on the top right, you see the Nashville, Tennessee. That's probably one of her most well-known in the US right now. And she's incorporated that. She's taken, if you look closely in it, and you zoom in, which you don't have to do, but there are instruments in the wings. And so she tries to find something that represents the soul of that community. So you can see by the women on the left, there's a guitar, and throughout there's a bunch of other instruments. Let you zoom in and see that. So in trying to get her to come, she's very selective. So we gave her a lot of background information about Reston. She became very interested and said this is a community she would like to work with. She's done a lot of other major ones. If you'll go to the next sheet, while we're zooming back out, she just recently was commissioned by the NFL to do at the Super Bowl stadium in Miami. She's done the High Line in New York. Taylor Swift, and this is a big part of her social media buzz, commissioned her to do a piece for one of her album releases. And that she just blew up on social media. So that kind of explains the campaign. And just so everyone knows, she also she's very focused on this local area. She's done some work in the Mosaic. She's done one piece in the Mosaic district and one in One Loudoun. And we AREP thinks that now it's Reston's turn to get some of the notoriety from this. So we've asked the artist to prepare a conceptual design for us to share with you. And it's final in the sense that this is what she's going to be drawing, understanding that this is an artist of this magnitude and she might make some small tweaks as she sees fit when she's actually installing it. So if you go to the next one, this is the design. So you can see there's two wings, a large one and then smaller ones. Then we'll just scroll through. She's buried a lot of Reston details in here. So if you scroll up just a little bit. So the first Reston inspiration, go down to the next slide. The 5 stars. So she's added 5 stars to represent each of the 5 village centers that Reston was planned and built around. And we'll get into this, but on the text of the slide is probably the base for the copy that will go on the plaque. So you have a little bit of understanding of how this will be explained. If you go down to the next one. So the bicycle, when we provided her with all the Reston information, and the Reston Association, Lisa was great helping us provide information to her. She loved the story that she saw Robert E. Simon bicycling around Europe and learning about communities and trying to bring that to the vision of Reston. So she included a bicycle in the wings as an homage to that. Go down to the next one. The 7, she loved the idea of that there are 7 guiding founding principles for Reston. And it was a little too much to try to fit all the 7 principles in, but it just didn't work. So the 7 was just a way to represent that. If you go to the next one. So the blue and rainbow, this is really to celebrate just the timing that this was going on, and it was added fairly recently to the design. Just when this was installed, there was a pandemic going on, and this is to honor those first responders and on the front line, because it's just definitely a part of what's going on right now. If you go to the next one. So the tree, and Reston, everyone here knows, has a respect for fostering the natural beauty and was a founding principle for the community, and it's what helped Reston obtain the Tree City USA designation. So she wanted to make sure that that was honored in the wings as well. You go to the next one. And this was, the one highlighting the black and white wings. So she was really taken by the inclusive nature of Reston and how that the reality of that racism is something that is learned and not pure. And so she wanted to do wings that you can incorporate children into. So these are child-sized wings that are supposed to signify inclusion. And then the last slide is really just some more examples so you can see this What Lifts You Up campaign. We originally filed this for March with her to be installing it in May, and the world situation didn't let that really work out. So we're hoping today to obtain final approval with a understanding that, much like with the Colts Neck underpass, that if there are tweaks to the final design, we'll share that with the DRB staff in advance, but it'll be largely in principle the design that you see in this conceptual image. My materials showed my submitted materials showed the type of material she uses. She uses Sherwin-Williams house paint with a satin finish and medium gloss with a Krylon acrylic coat to help protect it. And she's been doing this over 300 murals, hasn't had any issue with fading or with this method or smudging or anything like that. So with that, I'll open up to questions, but we're very excited and hopefully obtain your approval to move forward on this project.
Thank you, David. Are there any comments from my colleagues on the DRB?
This is Dan. I have a question. You mentioned early in the presentation that you thought that the area would be roughly 25 by 25, but that actually might go wider. I was curious is that meant to encompass both the larger set of wings and the smaller within that 25-foot width?
My understanding that the 25 by 25 doesn't fully fit the second pair of wings, the smaller wings. And what we've asked her to do is there's a decent gap between the two wings and to move them closer together. And on the site, we don't know how far, if that's going to become 26, 28 feet, but it is more than the 25 by 25 is largely the large wings. What I will say in terms of the width, this wall is hundreds of feet wide, and the height is staying in that parameter. It's really if she wants to go out a little bit wider to make it more interactive. But from the original submission, we didn't have the children's wings as part of the design. And then as she read more about Reston, was pretty insistent that she wanted to add that as part of it.
Anybody else?
Yeah, Ken, this is Michael. Yeah, I think the wings are great. I think it's a great idea. I liked how all the incorporation of what's going on. My only concern is that if you look at all these other wings, they're all in, hardscaped areas, and this is right on grass. And I don't know what the final approval looked like for landscaping for this. Right now it's just obviously a large green and mud pit. Is there any plan for hardscaping to access the mural? Is there a better way so people can actually enjoy it and it's not just through, mud and grass?
We are talking with that, and what I will say is one of the things we need to do is this artist is flying all over the world. So we did this to get her ability to be able to install it. And we plan to, if we're coming back in just to change the material or put some gravel down or some surface down that's not just grass in front of it, that can be done administratively or more with staff with review, and to come back in. But we're not at a point with all, the game of dominoes to get this done in time that she can do the installation. We need the ability for her
understood. No, I think I just want to make sure that this, and I don't know what the final approval looked like, but I can't imagine that the landscaping was just to be grass with those couple trees there. I mean, typically we require a little bit more than that. So I'm just, I would want a little bit more detail. If, you guys could follow up on that, that would be great.
This is a phased development. And so in the future, there's approval for a building to go in front of here. This is a garage.
Okay.
So that's why this was kind of just in the interim condition. So that this is kind of a way to activate the interim condition. We are contemplating it when we've talking with the different ownership structures of who owns what parcel. It's, all intertwined. Talking with the other owners, a pebble path is probably the means that we would use, just because with stormwater is the least amount of disturbance we don't want to cause land disturbance. It's going to make this project not viable. So we think that we'd probably do a pebble path and come back in. To do that, we'd come back in, get the necessary approvals. We're not proposing lighting at this time. We don't think it's really going to be a nighttime interaction, but we know if we were to do that, we'd have to come back in as well to get the lighting plan. But this application, we're asking for final approval for the art itself. And then we can take it for other details.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Was there any consideration for doing more of the wall with other projects or anything else instead of just taking this corner square?
So this really just was a great moment of the artist being interested in this area and us being the ones to reach out to her. I think, these are not revenue generating, but they are great placemaking opportunities. And the more we can magnify that, the better. I think this is definitely the first step. And I think the owners didn't want to come in with something too ambitious. Let this be such a huge success that we want to magnify it, across the whole wall and come back to you again for it.
Any other comments from members of the board?
I only wanted to say, if you've ever been in that area, at this point, it's my least favorite part of Reston. So I'm happy to see something that will give it more of a identity and a life.
And so thank you. And that's really what we're trying to do here. This is a phased development. It's a newer development with Reston Heights. The existing office building has been here for decades. And as more comes online, you'll get the synergy of all the different uses. but what can we do to make this a place now? And public art is a great way to do that.
Thank you, Bruce. Anybody else? All right, is there a motion on the table, or somebody want to put a motion on the table?
I move to approve the application as submitted.
Second that.
Bruce and Michael, thank you. Any other discussions, comments? Then I'll ask for the vote. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by stating aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Are there anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? Very good. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, David, for your time. All right. And bear with me, folks. My display is flickering again, so I may have to do the machinations of going back to my cell phone. Item K, 12052 North Shore Drive, Tall Oaks Assisted Living.
Yes, hi. Good evening, everyone.
You're breaking up. Can you get closer to the speaker or get into the right position?
Is that better?
Better.
Okay. Yes, good evening. My name is Elizabeth Dietrich. I presented in front of the board in January on behalf of AT&T with Network Building and Consulting. We're land use consultants representing AT&T and their small cell deployment project. AT&T is proposing to install a small cell and associated equipment on an existing light pole in the Tall Oaks shopping center in front of the Tall Oaks Assisted Living. The board last meeting deferred so that we could get clarity on mainly the design regarding the electrical meter and the conduit placement around the foundation. So if you'll see, this is the design as it is now with consultation with Dominion. Dominion Energy is the power telco provider here. So if you'll see, I'm sorry, go back a little bit to my original. Let's see, what slide are you on? Sorry about that. Where are you? If you go to slide 6, which is C2, you'll see that the meter post that we are proposing is one approved by Dominion Energy. It is metal. The conduit will be inside of the meter pedestal. The meter pedestal is about 4 feet tall. Dominion, one of the questions that the board had last time was, why is Dominion asking us to put the meter in a separate location versus on the pole? That separate meter was a requirement that Dominion actually gave AT&T because of the number of bends in the conduit that would be required for AT&T to mount the meter on the pole. If you go, I actually brought my my project engineer here this time. Justin Boston is on as well. I don't know if he can raise his hand to talk a little bit about the way the conduit is designed here. Justin, you on?
Yeah, can you hear me on here?
Yep.
Yeah, so as Elizabeth had stated, Dominion, we had gone back and forth with them, try to understand, because we had originally shown the meter on the light pole, and then we were directed that we have to move it off of it because of the number of bends that in the wire that would be required to get inside of the meter, because we would have to come up inside the pole and then have another 90-degree turn into either into the back of the meter or turn out of the pole, have an LB fitting to the bottom, and then that would create another 90-degree fitting. So to avoid that, they're requiring the separate the meter pedestal next to the light pole.
The other ask that the board had at the previous meeting was to provide backup from Dominion. And if you'll see, we have a letter from Eric Dempsey at Dominion Energy on slide 5, stating the reasoning for Dominion requiring AT&T to do the meter that way. So the meter, our proposal is to use this Millbank metal meter. It's going to be painted to match the pole that we're installing, which will match the existing, with the antenna with concealment canister on top. There'll be, required RF signage as shown in the C2 diagram. The pole will also be shifting slightly northwest in the median in the parking lot, and that was a request of the owner of the property. I've also brought Patrick Quillen, who's here on behalf of the owner of the Tall Oaks Assisted Living, and he basically has a little bit of explanation about why we're shifting. Pat, if you're on.
Pat doesn't have a microphone. He only has video.
Oh no, he must have gotten kicked off. Oh, he's just messaging me. Okay, well, apparently the owner will be doing some development in the parking lot, and he will has requested AT&T to shift the pole slightly to provide light on the other side of the strip there, and you can see that on E1, which is slide number 7. You shift that one. Okay. Yep, so if you zoom in there on E1, you'll see that the proposed new light pole with the equipment, AT&T's equipment on top of it, will be on the north side of the parking lot median there across from the Tall Oaks Assisted Living. It will have a working luminaire. It will be exactly comparable to what is existing there in materials, and the only difference being it will have AT&T equipment canister and supporting equipment per the drawings. The other ask of the board at the previous meeting was why one drawing was showing the telco conduit going on the outside of the foundation, and whether it was possible to have the telco fiber go inside the foundation and up through the middle so that it wasn't creating an eyesore or being in the way. So Justin can explain a little bit more, but there was some history behind this, and it was determined that the telco and a fiber can go completely up through the foundation. So it would be a smooth foundation exterior like the current pole. And so you can see that in the photo simulations, which are slides 9. Slide 9. So this is actually a simulation in the current location. We couldn't really do a simulation in the new location because we take the existing pole and modify it to show what the new pole will look like. But that's the meter next to the pole and the proposed new replacement pole with AT&T's equipment on it with working luminaire. So this is AT&T's proposal. It's goal is to increase coverage in the Tall Oaks assisted living area and the neighborhoods behind there, and also the shopping center. So if I can answer any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. I'll open it up to my colleagues. Anybody want to take a crack at any questions or comments?
Could you tell me again why you're moving it to the north side?
It was the request of the property owner. I believe that they're intending to do some development in the area. Hold on one second. Let me see if my representative.
His name's Patrick Quillen, right?
Yes.
He's Lisa. He says he's dial number 609.
Okay.
If you wanted to try to unmute him.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, I got it.
Because I'm very curious to why it's being moved as well.
Yeah. Yeah. He has some background on that.
Yeah, the property owner had indicated that I guess there's some development going on to the south where they originally shared a parking lot with the shopping center below. They're in the very early stages of reconfiguring their parking lots since now they won't have that shared parking since it's being redeveloped for residential condos and townhomes. They're in the early stages of redesigning that new parking lot. So they're asking if we can move that light from where it currently is to the other side of that median. If in their redesign, they do want to use some of that median for parking spots, but they're in very early stages of that redesign.
Yeah, I guess my biggest concern is that there's that big tree there that the light's not really going to be effective. Did you guys do a photometric with the county to move it?
With the county? You mean a photo simulation?
Like a photometric, I mean, usually you have to have required lights in certain parts of the parking lot, and they require you to show a photometric plan for how, far out the light's going, et cetera, et cetera.
No, I don't believe we have done that at this point.
Okay. Yeah, I just worry about that tree. You can see it clearly in your simulation on slide 9. If you move it to the other side there, it's really not going to light up your parking lot at all. But
Great. Well, obviously that would be one of the main goals that we would agree on with the landlord. It doesn't do a whole lot of good if we're not serving the purpose of the original light.
Can I clarify which property owner you're talking about?
The Tall Oaks assisted living.
Okay, thank you.
Is the representative that's been working on leasing.
Assisted living people?
Yes.
Want to change it?
I'm sorry?
The people in the assisted living want to change it? So, and they wanted to change it because of the changes in the parking lot having to do with the other houses? For the other?
Yes, I believe that I guess there's some redevelopment going to the south where there was originally a strip mall that might be townhomes or condos now or in the future.
Right.
So they asked us to shift the lights in case they want to redevelop their own parking lot since they won't have shared parking as much as they used to.
Okay, but that's not the people that wanted to move this. You said the assisted living people wanted to move.
Oh, the ownership of the assisted living.
Yeah, the assisted living property asked us to move it due to that redevelopment to the south. So they originally had shared that parking lot with the strip mall.
Okay.
Sorry, I got disconnected for a little bit. Is the pole's moving 10 feet to the north? Is that my understanding?
It's moving to the other side.
It's going from one side of the island to the other, though?
Correct, yeah.
Right.
Okay, it's like 10 feet.
Approximately right now, that might have changed a little bit because we just got telco routing. I'm messaging my engineer right now to get that distance. Justin, you still on?
Yeah, sorry, I can barely hear you. Yeah, so currently from its position, it's a probably about 15 to 18 feet shift. From the current view that you're looking at on the screen now is about
Oh,
a 15-foot shift or 15 to 18-foot shift to the northeast.
okay.
So are those new plantings also?
What's that?
Are those new plantings also?
What's depicted there are the two trees on the left and right side of the pole currently.
Okay, and do you have to dig all the way across the island to reinstall this?
Yeah, there will be a new foundation set on that side, and then there will also be the lighting circuit will be extended over to the new pole location, the new power, the Dominion new power service for AT&T's equipment on the pole, and then there will also be a new fiber conduit installation over to the pole.
So those trees may or may not make it.
I mean, there would be outside of the root, I guess the root protection outside of it. I mean, there's obviously roots in the vicinity, but
any other?
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to pull up a site plan. From Tall Oaks, and I think what's basically those 2/2s are coming all the way to that parking lot. And it's really not going to leave them any parking spots. It's really just a drive-through area. So I think the intent is to get it more in the drive-through area towards the opening of Tall Oaks. So I think it makes sense. I think really all that parking is going away basically, and that's why they're moving it. From what I can see on the site plan from Tall Oaks when they're redeveloping it. So I think it does make more sense now that I see this of why they're moving it.
So are you guys going to be responsible for the fact that the trees survive or not?
Patrick, I think that would be part of the leasing agreement. I think there should be some clause in the leasing that involves restoration.
Yeah, I think the question was asked, so it would be nice to have clarification on that.
It would. I mean, because right now, it's going to get better, but it's not going to get a lot better because it's going to be all parking lot. And right now it's a scorched earth feeling about that whole place.
Or, well, this will go through Fairfax County permitting. So they will, be reviewing for landscaping in that.
Well, I'm assuming is part of the original approval of the whole Tall Oaks Center, these trees were counted for something, and
right.
Urban Forestry is doing their review when all this is done years from now. Someone will be on the hook to ensure that those trees that were being credited for that development are either healthy or replaced with something in kind. So I think there's an assurance from that side that we don't even know about. It sounds like the applicant has this in some sort of lease agreement too.
But will you reinstall are you going to move the shrubs, or are you going to just cut right through them and that's toast?
We would restore everything to as close to the original as it could be.
Can you talk into your speaker?
Sure. Is that better?
A little bit, thank you.
Sure. The intent would be to preserve the trees. And if
but there's other greenery there than the trees.
Sure, absolutely. We could propose some replacement landscaping if anything is damaged. Yeah, we should be able to restore all of the greenery, says my engineer. Justin, you on?
Yeah, so the pole will be placed. I mean, I'm looking at a photo now of the shrubbery that's there. It looks like there's some larger bushes in between the two trees and then some smaller little shrubs in front of that. So those little shrubs, they may have to come out and then either relocated, and then those larger ones may have to be trimmed back slightly, and then the placement of the load center on the pole and the meter pedestal can be rotated as such that we shouldn't have to affect or go through any of those shrubs or bushes.
Well, if you just looked at the picture, it goes right through it.
I think we can ask the applicant to replace any vegetation lost during construction to kind of
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I have one other comment too, real quick. Is having seen this previously, I think the biggest concern I had, or maybe the board had, was and this might have been said, the exterior conduits. It looks like that's gone away now.
Yeah, the conduits will go straight through the foundation.
Right. So I think that's a great improvement. I think the meter pedestal is better than a conduit up on a 4x4. This at least looks finished and complements it. So
and it will be painted to match.
That's great. So I think if we come up with a motion that has the landscaping replaced in it, I think we should be good unless there's other comments.
No, I mean, I have one little small, minute comment just about the meter base and why it needs to be, why can't it just be tucked behind the pole rather than being prominently on the street view? Why not just tuck it, 90 degrees, turn it, put it a little bit more in the island versus right on the perimeter?
Right. Well, I know that we need to maintain a 36-foot perimeter around the front of the meter. And Justin can talk to whether there's space to move it back a little bit.
Yeah. So the meter pedestal actually also has the service disconnect switch integrated into the meter pedestal. So with the bushes there, I mean, we can adjust the bushes and trim them as needed, but we need to maintain a 36-inch minimum clearance in front of the meter globe and then the service disconnect itself. So, I mean, we can orient it in a way that it's perpendicular to the foundation, or have an opening in the shrub so it's serviceable in front of the meter globe and the service disconnect.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I just was curious.
Do we hear a motion then?
I'll motion to approve the application as submitted, but with the stipulation that if any trees or greenery is affected, that in-kind replacements are planted.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Anybody care to second?
I'll second it. I'd like to revise that real quick, though, that any vegetation be replaced with native vegetation. I think the existing vegetation looks like invasive. The name escapes me right now, but something native would be appropriate for that.
We can do that.
Okay, I'll accept it.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussions from the group? All right. All those in favor of the motion as stated with the clarification, please signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Are there anybody here opposed? Is anybody abstaining? All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
If I may, let me ask you this. Is everybody doing okay on a need to take a 5-minute or anything like that before I continue?
Did you only say that because Richard is up next to try
to... Purely coincidental.
Slow them down a little bit.
Yeah. If just giving everybody that opportunity. All right. Then we will move on to item L, 11216 South Shore Road. All right.
I'm here representing the client, and he has an opening statement he'll make in a minute.
Hold on, Lisa, could you unmute? It looks like it's Aisha Arshad.
Yep.
Right.
There you go.
Hi there, this is Emran and Aisha, my wife, and Richard Newland's online with us. We're very excited to start this project. And I guess we're gonna let Richard explain what we're planning to do. But we're here if you have any questions for us.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Nice to see the DRB is back in action again after a little, 3 months off. This was supposed to come through you guys sometime at the beginning of March, and that was the first meeting that got canceled. So we're really glad it's going again. So it's good to see you all. I guess the best place to start, Lisa, or I sent you over a picture just of the front of the house. That's the picture I want to start with.
Jane, that's the second picture when you get to the full pictures of the
Giving away all the good stuff here, right? It's fine.
actual pictures. It's the second, it's the.
Yeah, that's fine. That one right there. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. That's the house. It's a lakefront house that was, I believe, built in about 1975. Somewhere along in there, I think it was 1983. Mike LeMay actually did an addition to it, which is I'm pointing at stuff. You can't see me pointing, but the closer area to you is the garage, and the second floor was added there. The original house is to the left of that. It's 1 story with a basement walkout to the rear on the lake. You can see the lake in the left hand just past the house. That's the existing house. Okay, so basically what we're doing is adding a second floor that will continue the existing second floor that's on top of the garage right now. So, I mean, basically it'll raise the ceiling height inside, although this is one of those typical overshot roofs that they did back in the 70s. So you had a bit of a clerestory that ran left to right across the house. There's a main beam line that runs through the center of the house that we're maintaining, but we're just going up 1 floor on top of that 1-story portion with the basement underneath. It'll end up adding about 1,500 to 2,000 square feet to the house. We're staying on the existing footprint. We're not changing the footprint at all. And it's, I mean, a lot of the houses, I did a house just down the way from here where we added a whole second floor to that. It seems like the houses on the lake are becoming more and more precious. Originally, this little 1-story house was a little bit more than a cabin, I would say. So the houses on lakefront houses are certainly increasing in value and size as families move in. So basically, that's what we're trying there. You can see just to add the second floor there that connects. We're trying to do some architectural things inside. The interior of the house will be formed around a light shaft that comes down through the entry, and there are a couple of bridges inside and things like that that'll be kind of fun to play around with. I guess if we want to go to some of the floor plans, I guess they're back way at the front of your list here. Keep going. Where to start? See if you got a floor plan in there somewhere. Now, those are the renderings. We don't want to go to those just yet. You don't have the plans? Oh, there you go. There's the plans. Yeah, the number 11. Let's start with that. Or number 10. Number 10. Go to 10. Okay, 10 is the existing lower level, and it's basically, as you can see here, there's just a big family recreation room. We're adding a little exercise room and a fireplace on the right-hand side. Guest bedroom at the back. There's an existing entry from the side now that we're leaving. The bottom of the house is all brick and then it goes to siding above that. We're keeping the same palette in terms of the uses there. The stairway is new. Um, this will all be new, but basically that's the basement. If you go to number 11, the garage is existing. I might want to shrink that just a little bit. The garage is existing, and the connection from the house is there. This is all there. This is the existing footprint of the house. And you can see we're having bedrooms in a large open area. The around the stairway and just inside the front door is where the light shaft will occur, and it takes in the stairway and that whole area inside the front door and down toward the garage. So it's going to have a little jazz inside the house, but basically the beam line runs left to right about where the kitchen is, where you see the refrigerator, and what's the southern wall of the stairway. That's where the existing beam line runs across. We're having to raise the ceiling here to get the new second floor to meet the area that's above the garage currently. So there's no steps going up and down between the two areas. Let's go to number 12. Pardon me. This is the new second floor. The new second floor exists over, it's kind of L-shaped. Okay, the bottom of the L is the footprint of the existing house. And that's the new second floor, where we're adding a master bedroom suite on the right, bedroom on the left, an ensuite bedroom with its own closets and bath, and then a couple of additional bedrooms above the garage at the very top of that sheet. That's existing. It's going to be a bedroom. All that floor is there already, and that's what we're connecting through to the front. Let's see. If you skip on down a little bit, I'm not sure what number 13 is. What's number 13? Oh, okay. Elevations. Surprise. Looking at the west elevation in the top left corner, the garage is basically the existing portion. We're raising the roof a little bit to do the little overshot roof thing, which was typical of this genre house. In fact, the existing house had a roof just exactly like that. That's the existing second floor. You run that line across to the left, and we're adding that whole second floor over the existing footprint of the existing house. We keep the roof configurations relatively simple. We're just continuing a single slope from the top of the second floor. I'm still on the west elevation, and running it up to about 32 feet, so we're still under any given height limits. The basement, you can see, is still the brick. We're adding new windows into there. The south elevation shows you the entry elevation, with three-dimensional things probably say it better than anything. And then the east elevation is the backside that faces almost directly at Wheelie. If you're not familiar with this house, it's very close to Wheelie Avenue, so vehicular noise is an issue. So we wanted to keep the windows to the fenestration to a minimum on that side. And then the north elevation is facing the lake. And we're right on the RPA line there, so our little balconies are only about 5 feet wide, but they can't hit the ground. They have to be above the ground, so they're cantilevered out. That's why you don't see any columns or posts there. There's an existing, very incredible superstructure deck that's there now that will remove. It doesn't go up as high as this house that we're proposing. Let's go down. I guess the best way to do it, go down till you see the first rendering. Those are all structural and a bunch of other stuff. Okay, there, yeah, show that. That's a little quick model, study model I did of this house. You get kind of an idea of how it works. It's still in the same spirit of the original overshot roof idea, with clerestory windows running across, the sort of light tower in the center. Let's go down to 22. The top model there, you can see how the light tower, how it all fits together. It's very simplistic roof structures just on top of the added second floor. Okay, drop on down, would please. Keep going down. Let's get to some of the renderings. You can see that you've already seen. Keep going down. Those are just all existing house there on the number 26. That's the wheelie. Okay, that's the deck that's in the back. That actually extends over the RPA line. That's what we're getting rid of and doing the little cantilever decks instead. Number 27. Look at that. That's the existing house. So the big deck is going to go away. We're adding that second floor. And if you go on down, we'll look at, keep going down. Keep going down. These are just existing photos. I'm happy to go back through them if you want, but I think you're probably more interested in what this is going to look like. Somewhere down in here, you're going to get to the renderings. Or were they up at the top? I can't remember. Maybe they were up at the top. There you go. Number 6. Yeah. These are just 3D renderings to give you an idea of how the whole thing looks with the added second floor. Everything is kind of put together. A lot of glass. I mean, it sits right on the lake. Our cantilevered balconies. We've got 3 fireplaces. Adding on the side there will be brick to match the existing basement brick. So each level, basement, first floor, and second floor, will all have a skylight. Go to number 7. This is from the south side. It's the garage with its existing second floor, and as you can see, we're just adding the second floor over the basic existing first floor, and then our sort of light tower, whatever you want to call it, in the center, and that carries all the way down. The shape of that, the square that would be that light tower, goes all the way down through the building to the first floor. And then we've stuck in little clerestories here and there, very similar to what was originally on the original house, this 1975 house. And go down to the next one. Kind of similar, I guess. Same house. That's the wheelie side. Basically, there's few windows as we needed there to get egress access and stuff like that. But that's also looking at the lake side with the clerestory windows and the overshot roof in both cases. And then number 9, I guess it is very similar to the first one. It's just it's the same. So that's basically what we're doing. We're adding just the second floor to match the existing second floor that's already there, keeping the same existing footprint, and adding. The original house didn't have much in terms of living quarters. It had a very small master bedroom on the first floor, a bedroom in the basement. You had 2 bedrooms on the first floor. So we're making this more family oriented, and having some fun with the windows and the glazing, trying to make it a really composite together house. So that's it. I'd be happy to answer any questions you all have. That's all I got to say now.
Any questions from my colleagues?
Yeah, I'll start when hey Richard. Hey,
Mike.
Couple quick things. The color scheme, is this what you're setting on, or is this materials we're looking at? There's like lap siding. There's kind of a 2-tone lap siding. It looks like, I don't know if that's a shadow causing in your model. Are you changing the brick color as well from what's out there? What is kind of the thought behind that?
The existing brick that's in the basement level is staying, and we're going to match that chimney. That's the only brick we're adding. I mean, we're sort of looking at conceptual here. There's the existing brick color right there in that center, number 20. Yeah. So we're keeping that. We're looking at doing 2 different siding colors, both of sort of a gray tone. That the garage side would probably be a slightly darker color, and the house on the left side would be lighter. We're looking at for conceptual tonight, so there's still some things we need to resolve, and the siding is one of them. We're liable to look at doing possibly horizontal hardy on the garage end, and vertical hardy on the house end. I'll call it the lake side. So we're just looking at things like that for finished materials. Not completely decided, but the house will stay brick basement and siding everywhere else. The colors may vary.
So that'll all be figured out in the final approval. This is just strictly conceptual. Make sure you're on the right page to keep moving forward.
Right. So basically, like on the same footprint and so on and so forth. So. sighting is important.
And so my only other question is, so there's no way to save that beautiful 30-inch tree.
There's one tree at the corner of the house. What would that be? That would be the southwest corner of the house and
east,
rear side.
East.
Picture the rear.
Yeah. Like if you're looking at the rear elevation on the left-hand side.
Right.
You know that. Where'd you go? No, the tree that's right there stays. That tree's not going anywhere because we're just building.
Yeah, no, it
over to the right.
It's that one right there.
Yeah, it's that bigger one behind, closest to the house, right?
Right.
That one may go because when we cover the whole existing footprint, that's going to be real close. We'll have to have a final analysis of that. But that would be the only tree in all of this that would go. It's the only one that's that close to the existing footprint. All the other trees remain.
So Richard, when on the east side of the house, there's some trees that are not close to, not so close to the foundation, but they are going to be very close. The canopy is going to be into your second floor.
The area above the main house, which is where we're adding the second floor, as you can see in the.
No, it's on this side. There's some trees. There's a couple of old pine trees
overhang.
there.
I guess we'll have to do something.
And then there's a chestnut oak that looks like the canopy is leaning toward the house. I mean, it's a phototropic lean, but it's okay.
There'll have to be some trimming there.
I think there's going to be an issue with the canopies. But
the majority of the house, there's nothing overhanging, but on that side, on the east side, on the Wheelie Avenue side,
right,
there's some trimming that is going to have to happen once the house goes up higher. Yeah. I don't think we'll have to remove any trees, but we'll have to cut back some branches so they're not banging into the side of the house.
So I have one just question about the back.
The lakeside?
Yeah. The the basement wall remains the back wall of the house.
You see the the foundation that's out from there?
Yes.
You're coming out to that point.
That's what
I out over that, but that's part of the existing footprint. It's all concrete block and slab,
right.
Everything else. We're covering that, yes.
I thought that's what it had said in your text, but I just
right.
Want to clarify that for me. The interesting thing about this house is that it does not. It's located in a way that there's no view shed issues because it's at the very tippy end, and the other side of the street is very high, and in fact, this is actually beyond that last house. So.
Right. Yeah.
There's no one to really be unhappy about a view disruption.
Right. Looks between this house and the one next to it.
The one across the road.
Right. Yes.
I was gonna ask a question similar to where you were leading, Karen. Is it, if I understand this correct, I'm looking at the elevations here, Richard, is that the overall height, the peak of the roof is at about 45 feet from street elevation. So you're adding about 24 or 20 feet to the house. Is that accurate?
The second floor has the new second floor matches what's above the garage. It's about a 9-foot ceiling height. And as the roof slopes up to the highest point, we're adding about 18, 19 feet to the height of that. Well, the roof now is a sloped roof. So it goes from 8.5 feet up to, I'll say 12 feet already. So we're kind of repeating that same roof, just in a slightly larger scale. So we're adding about 18, 19 feet to the overall height of the house. It depends. If you count the height of the garage as existing, which it is, the second floor above that, we're going about 8 feet above that height that exists. And the height of the highest point there is about 32 feet above the grade of the front, the light tower, whatever you want to call it.
Well, the other side of the street is very high.
The other side of the street slopes up, and the house is, yes, way higher than this house.
Way higher. And this house is actually, this house is actually beyond the house across the street.
Yeah.
I mean, it's, this house is beyond the house across the street.
Right. The house across
Are there
the
any
street,
affected parties on the line?
I don't believe there are any affected parties.
No.
Yeah, I see none of them check the box yes to participate in the review.
Yes, and the guy across the street was one of the signatures.
Yeah, and the neighborhood house across the street. I mean, sadly, this house has been kind of neglected over the years. Mike LeMay came and did an addition back in '83. I think I mentioned that already. And not much else has happened to it. It was way back when the original, well, it was built in '75, so Reston has been here for 12 years by then. So.
You know, I think the design definitely adds to the property. I mean, I walk by this property every day, especially now during quarantine. I'm walking by it every single day. The one thing I hope that these people, you know, they follow through and finish the project, because there's that one project sitting on South Shore that's been under construction for at least 4 years now, it feels like, and I don't even think I'm exaggerating that either. I mean, it's literally been like 4 years that project's been under construction, and I just hope that this one, you know, it's followed through and finished within a reasonable timeline. So that would be my only kind of comment, which obviously has nothing to do with the concept, but overall, I think the design looks great. It's big, but I think also, just so everybody knows, that if you haven't been to this site, you know, like Karen was saying, it's a severe slope, and the grade isn't exactly accurate in the 3D renderings. Like on the garage side, the grade actually probably goes up about 5 feet higher than what is shown on the 3D model. So that side is not that tall. It looks a lot taller in that model, but really it's probably 4 or 5 feet higher in the grade. So the building doesn't look as large on that side. So, you know, just if you know, definitely go check this out before final approval, but definitely go and see the site so you can kind of get a feel for it, because it doesn't show the severity of the slope as much as it exists there. So just a comment.
Also kind of an update on the kind of architecture that's already there.
Yes, definitely.
Anybody else?
Richard, the one thing that stands out to me were just the small square windows. I was just curious if there was a reasoning for that design choice around the, I guess, the east, south, and west sides.
It's one of my fetishes that I like little small square windows. I use them a lot, and they just happen to fit into the clerestories, and then I repeated that, you know, as part of the fenestration palette. It's just something I like. I think it's fun. It's a cute scale. You know, a lot of people, there's a lot of glass in this house. And we even have a glass to glass corner, which I love to do every now and then. It just makes everything disappear. Drives my structural engineer crazy because he's trying to figure out how to make it work with all the new. Anyway, I won't go there. It's a long story.
Yeah, those corner windows are going to be tough, Richard. I mean, where's all your portal frames? How the heck is this thing gonna? How are you going to get this thing through the county? Is my question.
Well, the structural engineers already figured all that out, and I believe the structural drawings are in there. So I mean, it'll be fine, Mike. It's not going to fall down. Promise.
Yeah. All right. Those corner windows are cool, but I'm skeptical. But
I've done it before. They've happened before, so I think
it's definitely a neat detail for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it adds a real dynamic quality to the rooms inside. The corner that has that on the second floor is the master bedroom looking right down Lake Anne, which is going to be stunning. The living room below it has one, and then we just have a little bit of one down in the corner of the rec room in the basement. So everybody gets a little bit of that excitement. So it's going to be kind of fun.
Yeah.
Well, and the east side of the house needs to be kind of solid anyway, because it's right there at Wheelie.
One of the first things that we were aware of
Reach out and touch it all.
out there is just like roaring traffic along there. So we've kept, I think there's one window over there above the kitchen sink and then a couple little small squares, but they're up high, so you get light coming in, but with hopefully muting a lot of the noise, traffic noise.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Richard, this is Ken. I apologize. I'm using my cell phone again, but hopefully you can hear me. I, like a few of our colleagues, walk through there all the time. And I think you've done a good job of meeting the architects, the original architecture with some beautiful updates. It's a 21st century home that I still think goes back to its 70s heritage in certain ways. I'm not an architect, so that's just my emotional response as a layperson. So I think you've done a very good job. I was a little concerned about the massing initially. I know we've always talked about that going into neighborhoods like this, but I also recognize that there are other homes that may be even larger than this on South Shore. And I think I think Karen has pointed out that the location here, I think, suits your ability to mass it up a bit. If there's no issue with the neighbors adjacent, or what I would say above you, then I would say conceptually this is looking really, really nice.
Thanks again. Congratulations on being chair.
Yeah. Thank you.
Best of luck.
Yeah. Are there any other comments? You're looking for a conceptual only discussion tonight?
Want us to make it final? That's fine with me, but probably not. Stick with conceptual, because we're still, like I said, the siding, there's some issues. I mean, I can tell you all the materials right now. It's just the color is about the only thing we're discussing changing or finalizing, I should say. And gutters and downspouts and things like that.
Lighting.
Too. So I don't know.
Lighting.
If it's stuff like that, is there a possibility we could just come back to a panel instead of you guys or whatever? We'd be up for whatever you all think.
Well, I think now that we've got our act in order with regard to virtual meetings, I think you would welcome doing this with the full review.
That's fine.
My opinion.
Yeah. I agree. I think there's a lot of unknowns, especially with the. I mean, right now the palette is significantly different than what's there in this model. You're showing gray brick when really the existing brick is not gray at all. There's kind of brick around the garage, and are you going to just stick with the bronze windows, or are you going to go to the white windows? There's a lot of kind of details that still need to be figured out, I think. But I definitely think conceptually it's moving in the right direction.
Yeah.
Well, I'll put out a motion there to approve it conceptually, to let them keep going.
Anybody care to second?
Second.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Very good. Any further discussions on the motion? All right, then let's take a vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve of this conceptually, say aye.
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 Aye. Anybody opposed? Is anybody abstaining? Very good. Well, there you go, sir.
Hey, thank you all. Good to see you all again.
Good to see you too, Richard. All right. Then if I may, let's move on to the next item. Let's see, item M, which is 11572 Greenwich Road, excuse me.
Yes, hello, good evening. My name's Tom Shelley. I'm here with my wife, Nicola. We moved to Reston back in 2001, made it our home ever since. We're currently living in our third house here in Reston. We spent almost a decade over in Waterview Cluster. If you remember, Ken and Karen, we were your neighbors for a little while.
Oh, yeah. Hello.
We consider ourselves very fortunate. We've found a vacant lot in Reston, fairly unusual. And it's a lake-fronted lot as well over here on Greenwich Point Road. And it's also in a what we consider a contemporary style neighborhood surrounded by CP1 homes, which is very much a style that we like. The lot itself has a number of challenges. And can I drive? I'm a reasonably good Zoom presenter. Can I drive the presentation? Is that okay or not? Would you rather continue with staff driving?
Yeah, we need to, we can't share it right now. So we need to go ahead and flip the pages.
Fair enough. We're not going to go through everything in the exact order of the application, which was part of the reason for asking the question. Can you go to the next page down? It's easier to look at the lot this way. So looking at the lot here, it's on the right-hand side is the lakefront. What's, I guess, a little different from a lot of the other lake-fronted homes in Reston, because there's no house that was built on this lot. The rules have changed as to what you can do. This is now considered a part of the RPA. It was part of the Chesapeake Bay Protection Ordinance that came in 1993. Most of the lake-fronted houses were built before then. And what that means is we cannot build within 50 feet of the lakefront. And that's the dashed line, the first dashed line, heavy dash line that you see. And then there is on the right-hand side.
The other side.
On the other side, that's the lakefront.
No, back there.
Come in about 50 feet, that line. We can't build in between that line and the lakefront. So everything, the property is, we've got to build essentially at the top of the lot. And the other line that is a similar weight is the 100 feet RPA. And that means there are various calculations that if you build inside that 100 feet RPA, there are various requirements for stormwater management and trees that need to be planted, etc. Once you're outside of that 100 feet RPA, it's a little more free as to what we can do. This lot has a shared driveway, which is actually a lot of it is on the property of this lot, but you can see it, it's shaded in the darker gray there. There's also a number of BRLs or building restriction lines. Here there's a house to the north, a house to the south, and there is actually one to the west as well. And they have, I think it's a 16 feet BRL, so we can't be within 16 feet of those three houses. And there's also a stormwater easement that runs on the north side of the lot as well. So there's a lot of things going on with the lot that make it a little bit tricky to build in, but we think we've come up with a good formula and a design that we think fits in with the neighborhood. We've got two architects on the team here tonight. The first is Luther Weber. He designed the exterior of the house, and I'm going to turn it over to him in a moment so he can talk you through the design and the thought process he went through in coming up with the design. And the second, who was recruited onto the team fairly recently, was Richard Newlon, who you just heard from. And he's here to help guide us through the process with the RA and just helping us understand the process and what we need to do. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Luther. And I think the first thing he's going to want to talk through is the inspiration slides that I sent over a couple of days ago. So whoever's driving, if you could switch over to those photographs, that would be great.
All photographs are incorporated in the application, Jane.
There was a set of slides I sent over a couple of days ago.
They're all incorporated in the application.
Oh, okay, well, when I sent them to Lisa, I said, can you please make sure we have them available for this evening? She said yes.
Yes, they are incorporated in the application.
page 17 of my slide, maybe. Jane, you have open a different one than what we are looking at, or at least what I have just pulled up out of Dropbox. There's 27 pages in the one I have on Dropbox.
Yeah, the one in Dropbox has the correct new slides in it that he sent.
Okay, I was on scans, so I'm gonna
You got the one in scans?
Yeah, I just pulled them from scans. So
okay.
If somebody wants to email it to me, I can open it up real quick. Can you email it to me?
I'll email it to you.
Okay. So just the DRB or whatever, and then I can open them up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming Luther is online.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, thank you, Luther.
There should be 6 slides or 6 images.
I've got it. It's just I have to transfer it from Dropbox to the email. Okay.
While we're sitting in silence, I have to say I'm jealous that you found, I didn't even know a lot existed in Reston on the lake. That's just crazy to me. I don't even know how you found out who owned it and how you bought it, but I'm jealous. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for saying that. We do consider ourselves very fortunate.
Okay. Jane, it'll be to you in a second.
Okay. You sent my email?
It's almost there. Hold on.
Okay.
So just curious, just while we're waiting as well, have you guys already worked through the site plan process with the county? Is that why there's all these, about all the BRLs and RPAs and all that stuff, or is that all preliminary stuff for your engineer?
Yes, we've been familiar since before we even bought the property with all the various restrictions in the RPA from when we even started thinking about it. We've been working with a site engineer to understand exactly what the building footprint can be. And how that fits in with all the various different county regulations. So we're fairly well advanced in that process, but we don't have any county approvals at this point.
Yeah, the only reason why I mention is I just, the county sometimes will pull something out of their, back of the book that'll come out of nowhere, and then all of a sudden, you have approval and, there's a 10-foot setback somewhere else that you didn't know about off of some easement or something. So I would just check with them also. I'm sure the engineers probably already looked into it, but I know I've been shocked in the past on some things.
we think and we hope we have everything that we need, but yes, you're right. Yeah. We are prepared to be shocked, but this is, it's an iterative process. We've got to start somewhere, and
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, you guys are going for conceptual approval tonight? Or for final?
It was filed initially as conceptual, but we've included as much. We've continued the process of designing the house while you guys have been on hold, and we've been trying to update the application to reflect that. So if we've got in here to approve some of the elements or all of the elements that we've included now in the application, then it would be great to get final. Given your backlog, we want to be able to move forward from here as quickly as we can. So. Conceptual is the first. If you can go further than that, we really appreciate that.
Jane, it's being copied to scans right now. You should see it in scans.
Okay.
You can go ahead and look, and it's going to pop up and say context.
It's going to say what now?
Context.
Got it.
Got it?
No.
It's in scans.
For today's meeting, 527?
Yeah.
Oh, Lordy. Hold on.
It says Greenwich Point context. Near the top, third from the bottom.
The first one I have says Hickory Cluster. It doesn't say that. So
third from the top.
Bear with me.
Yeah.
Maybe hit refresh.
Yeah, Lisa, it's not there. It just says F is Hickory Cluster, and then Greenwich comes down. So I'm going to see if I can go in. Do you want me to go into?
I'll just email it to you.
Okay. I apologize for this.
Well, while we're waiting, maybe I can just mention some of the elements that inspired the design that are the houses around the cul-de-sac and the two neighboring houses to the site. The house directly to the south of the site is it has a vertical sloped roof sloping from the lake upward toward the cul-de-sac, and that's a similar slope that we're looking at.
Got it. Sorry, hang on. Excuse me. It's not there. Lisa, I got it.
Okay, I sent you through your email as well.
Okay. The issue is it's not going to be a PDF, so I'm going to have to just scroll down. So did you send it to me?
I sent you 2 PDFs to your email.
Okay. All right. Got that. It's trying.
You see them?
Okay.
I mean, do all the members have the existing the application up in the DRB members? Because if you go to slide 20, 17 through whatever, we have the slides, so we can walk through them if you want to walk us through them.
Can you see what
we have access to them?
Is this what I'm showing now? Can you see
There
it?
they are. There they. Yep. That's it.
Okay, if you start at slide 1, that's a house across the cul-de-sac, and it basically is showing the vertical siding, elevations with recessed planes, creating an inverted L at the top, and casement windows that are grouped. Second slide is the house directly to the left of the site. You have the elevations with recessed planes, the amassing with an inverted L right on the corner, and then with the garage door is sort of a large area of light color in contrast to the gray siding, and then casement windows in group with colors that's contrasted to the siding. The next slide, number 3, is the house directly to the south of the site. It has vertical siding, elevations with recessed planes, and sort of an inverted L in the massing, grouped casement windows, and large planes of a light color with the garage doors. Then the next slide. is the same house with the same information. It's just showing it a little closer. In addition to that, it's showing the slope of the roof up from the lake, which is the same slope we're emphasizing on our project. Next slide. Across the lake, directly across the lake from the site, you're seeing elevations with a combination of materials, siding combined with large smooth plains. The smooth plains are a lighter color than the siding, and the elevations have recessed plains as well, and some sort of inverted L's at the gables that are cut in half across there. So with that, we can slip, unless anybody wants to comment on any of these observations while we have this up. Then, yeah, that's the last slide. It just shows more of a close-up of the combination of siding and smooth plains.
You can go to the.
Then you can go to the other set. Okay.
Number 16.
If you start with number, yeah, that is 16.
Sorry, my computer is there we go. Hang on. Did you say 16 or 6?
16.
Got it. There we go.
So yeah, the first slide shows the front of the house facing west from the driveway. The slope gable is split.
Jane?
Yes.
It went off again. You want to try to see if it's on? Yeah, there you go. Got it.
My computer, I'm so sorry. It's just twirling and twirling. So you're just going to, nothing I can
tell you. Thanks.
So basically I just split the gable into a split gable with slope roofs going toward the lake, but continuing on up to emphasize an entry element that's above the front door. That elevation faces west, so it wasn't our desire to make that all glass or anything, so it wouldn't heat up too much, but we are also using that vertical element as a heat chimney to be able to exhaust air, pull air up out of the stairwell, which is right next to the front door in the house. And so it kind of functions both as an environmental element and a way to announce the entrance with similar inverted L that we find in some of the other houses around the cul-de-sac. You can go down to the next slide, 17. That is the elevation that faces south with a split gable and corner windows facing the lake. The two different kinds of siding is a vertical siding and it's a hardy panel with joints, metal joints that line up with the windows. Then carrying around the backside, the corner windows and also breaking up the vertical siding with the panels on part of the right side of the house and incorporating a screened-in porch and deck. Then going around to the north side of the house faces the neighbors, and that's where we have a minimum of 16-foot buffer, but I think the way the house is situated, we can go back to the site plan, but it's more like 20 feet, 25 feet, I think. 17 feet at the corner, and the house itself is more like 25 feet. And so basically the window placement is somewhat to go with the rooms that are inside the house and give enough maximize views to the lake when you're in the living spaces. And then from across the lake, gives you just some idea of the organization of the fenestration. So
Good.
it's fairly
Thank you.
simple design.
Yeah. I think that's it from us. So
Thank you.
here to take your questions.
I'll ask my colleagues, anybody care to start the questioning or make any comments?
Ken, is there an affected party we need to hear from first on this?
Very good point. Thanks, Nick. Is there, I believe I did read the affected party. Is that individual or that those members here?
We have not been able to find her. If she's here, can you please raise your blue hand? Did say she was going to join, but we do not see her.
As I recall, the primary concern from the one I read was about the massing. Is that what you saw, Nick, or anybody else on the?
Yeah, that seemed to be one of the bigger concerns from them. I would think that kind of given the context of the neighborhood, these homes are closely spaced, and I think this one might even have more generous setbacks than other homes that were originally built there. So I don't know if I have a concern from the massing standpoint that the affected party did. I wish they were here to kind of.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were very stuck on the square footage aspect of things. And when I don't think they realized, like, if you're looking at the property, I believe the affected party is to the left. Is that correct? Tom?
Right.
And so, I mean, you guys have nicely stepped down that garage. It's not like you have, you know, an apartment above the garage that would be, you know, casting, you know, shadow over their house. And I mean, their house is rather modest for the street, but the rest of the street is, you know, is similar square footage. It's not like you guys are putting in something that's, you know, twice the size of everything on the street. So I think they probably were just saying 5,000 square feet, 5,000 square feet, 5,000 square feet, and just thinking that they're getting this, you know, big box next to them, when in reality, there's been some thought, you know, put together with the setbacks and obviously with the garage being only a single story versus the main house, and it really seeming like a, you know, kind of a separate a point of entrance. So I think it's nicely done, and obviously a lot always looks smaller before you put a house on it. You know, once you put the house on it, it actually, you know, it starts looking a little bit more relative in size. The one couple questions I had is, you know, if you guys are looking for a final approval, I think it's a little tough just because we don't have some of the final siding materials. So if my understanding is correct, this is going to be a hardy board and bat. Is it going to be a batten, or you were saying a metal?
Yeah,
divider?
there is actually a materials board. I think on slide 15. And it gives you a little bit of it's going to be a hardy panel system with a joint system, which is similar to extreme trim.
So it kind of has the V groove. It'll be a V groove, not a batten.
It's not a batten. No, it's a groove. Yes, correct. It will
So
be.
it's
It'll
more
be
like
a rectangular.
It's more like the
groove. It won't be.
T111. Gotcha. Okay.
Well, oh, you mean the? No. The vertical siding. I thought you meant the paneling. The vertical siding is going to be like a shiplap, a nickel gap shiplap. So it's going to be
nickel gap. Okay, so it's pretty similar to the T111 that's in the neighborhood.
That's right.
Yeah, it's going to be just a thin gap.
Gotcha. Yep. Okay.
A reveal.
And then
but
you're saying
square,
the actual
not
panel
V.
is a okay, square gap. But then the actual the smooth panel that you kept referencing in all your photos, is that actually a metal? You're saying it's a metal panel?
No, the smooth panel is going to be a hardy panel system painted.
Okay.
But the panels are separated with a metal channel system, which is similar to extreme trim.
Okay, so it's all kind of a rain screen anyway.
Yeah.
The way it's acting. Okay, gotcha. Okay.
I'm gonna put my engineer hat on real quick too, because I was reading back through the affected party statement and looked like stormwater drainage was a concern. And just looking at this, it doesn't look like there's any offsite drainage impacts. The engineer looks like they've done a good job with grading this and being conservative and not going to the property lines. And I don't think there would be any issue with that either. If they were here, I would say the same thing.
And I don't know if it makes a difference or not, but we have been in contact regularly with the person who registered as an impacted party and have addressed a number of the concerns offline, which is maybe why she's not attending tonight.
Since she filed, we moved the house slightly on the lot. We moved a little bit further down. From when we first presented the concept to the neighbors, the immediate neighbors, is when she signed the application and ticked the box. And then since then, we've been addressing some of the concerns that she expressed. And as my wife said, that's quite possibly why she is not here this evening, because we've adequately addressed them.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I just have one really tiny, unimportant question. Could you go to the view of the water, the house from the water?
The very last slide.
Yeah. It looks like there's retaining walls on either side of it. And I don't think, I couldn't see that in any of the engineering drawings.
No, I think that's just an artifact of the 3D rendering.
That's what I figured.
No intention of having any.
But it was, just didn't want to miss anything.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Any other comments? I don't have anything to add personally. I think you have done a very good job, very well prepared and presented. Any of my colleagues dare to enter a motion?
I mean, yeah, I'll enter a motion that we approve it conceptually. I think unfortunately, I think we still need a little bit more information on all the windows and a little bit more detail on that, the siding and where all the lighting is going and things like that before we can do a final. But Richard, if you have Richard on board, he should be able to point you in the right direction on what those kind of little particulars are that we'd like to have from lighting, from, you know, a window spec sheet, a siding spec sheet, you know, just things so that way when we go out to verify what was built, you know, we know what to look for. That's kind of the main reason why we ask for those things. You know, the railing specifically, what are those going to be? It looks like you have black windows, but conceptually, I motion to approve it and let you guys keep rolling forward and get this thing built, because it'll be a beautiful, beautiful home.
Thank you. One request though, can we, given the backlog, can we come back to a panel review or staff review for the other details?
Definitely not a staff review. I wish you guys had a little bit more information on some of the stuff. I think it's probably too big to go to a panel. The DRB board meetings usually, I warn you, they don't last this long. This is, you know, I'm ready to go to bed 2 hours ago. I'll be honest with you.
It's more a concern that you've got 3 months worth of applications to try to clear, so it's just going to take a while.
Is that accurate, Steph? Is that still accurate, Steph?
We're actually having another meeting on June 23rd, and it's full, but we do have a meeting on July, the 3rd week in July, that if we had complete applications, I could add it to the July meeting right now.
Is the concern that you need the approval for full Fairfax County approval of this, or just in an effort to get everything wrapped up as quickly as possible?
It's just an effort to get everything wrapped up. You know, we still need county. Yeah. We're not going to be breaking ground until we have that.
Yeah, okay. I will second Michael's motion. I agree with him. I just think for this thing to be tight, and you saw some of the other applications where things kind of maybe got overlooked or moved around and it caused grief down the road. I think it'd be best to wait till August, come back, show us the windows. I think, like Michael said, Rich will be great and it'll be quick. Okay. Get everything tidy.
We'll try and get on that July meeting if there's.
Yeah, try to get on the July meeting. And honestly, all that little stuff won't won't affect the Fairfax County approval. So you could go
Yeah.
through that process,
Absolutely.
and then we can,
Based
you
on
know,
consent.
confirm the color sizes, the color siding, the, you know, type of things like that. We can get through that quickly. So.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, there's a motion and there's a second. Are there any further discussions? All right, I'll take the vote. All those in favor of the conceptual presentation, please signify.
Aye.
Aye.
Is there anybody opposed? Is there anybody abstaining? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Take care. All right, everybody, we're getting there. We're getting
Oh,
there.
man.
I'm back on my cell phone again, so bear with me.
Luckily, I don't have anywhere to go tomorrow. I have to work from home still, so.
I have no idea. Yeah, it's I don't know about everybody else's work, but it seems to blend in night, day, and weekends. But anyway, on to item N, Hunters Green Cluster Association.
Hello.
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 The presenter will be me, Charles Colby.
Okay.
But I would request if you can also unmute if he's on, Jim Allred.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You guys have been very patient. You guys have been on here the whole time.
Yeah. Hey, you know, it's been many months now, so what's another couple of hours? Now we have a presentation that we sent, so if you'd like, we can start with that. Just to introduce, by the way, I really appreciate you guys working this long schedule. It's really got to be hard on you with all this, but I really appreciate it given the pandemic and everything. I'm Charles Colby. I'm on the board of a Hunters Green Cluster. My role has been the board liaison for this project. I also have with me, she's next to me, but you can't see her, is Deborah Colby. You can guess we're related. She is the chairman of our lighting committee that coordinated with several committed volunteers on this project. And she or Jim may at some point be available to need to answer questions. So just to give you some background, we have a watch light system in our community. It's at almost 50 years old. So I actually saw the date on the poles, September 1972. This is maintained by Dominion Power. They do a very good job. We appreciate the fact that sometimes you have to dig up wires or straighten poles, things like that. They're able to do it. We don't really have the capabilities. We're just a community of 118 homes, so we depend on them to maintain the system. Its purpose is to illuminate the common areas and the walkways and so on. We call it a watch light system. It's not technically a street light system. And over the 50 years, people have been very satisfied with it. So we can stroll around at night and feel safe and find our homes. Now, it has a total of 37 fixtures, and they're all 10 feet above ground. And the design is an original one. The original design is what we call the snowball, or a globe design, which is probably very beautiful back in 1972, but they are not compliant with the dark sky standards. And on top of that, half of them have broken and could not be replaced in the past 50 years. So now about half of the globes are, in that picture in the bottom right, a colonial design, which is basically the one that Dominion Power pulls out of the storage area to put on there so we have lighting. And right now it's probably about half and half, and these are definitely the bottom one not compliant with the architecture of a mid-century modern community. If you could go to the next slide, please. It's time to replace the system. Here's one of the globes. If you didn't notice, it actually has duct tape on it. So there's holes in it. So we duct taped it to keep water out. So we really do need to basically replace the fixtures. That's the main priority, what we're after. We also want Dominion to do this. They've offered a very generous grant to do this so that we can afford this without having to do a special assessment or delaying the project. And we also want them to continue to maintain this system. We will depend on them. We've been working on this project since probably 2017, but we waited until 2019 when Dominion's catalog finally included LED fixtures for HOAs. Another issue is we have these very nice concrete poles, part of the original design, again, harmonizes with the architecture. 3 of them have broken over the years and have been replaced with black metal poles, which is, again, what Dominion pulled out of the storage so we could have a pole. So we want to return everything back to concrete. So if you could continue. This is the fixture which we would like to install. This is from the Dominion catalog. They have several choices, but this is the one that is the best match with the architectural motif of the community. It's also compliant with the dark sky standards, and it is very good for walkways. And this is called the basic luminaire style luminaire. The color temperature, 3000 Kelvin, which I guess is, I've been told is more in the reddish range so that it doesn't bother wildlife and is comfortable for people walking under it. It uses a lighting pattern, which I'll show you in a second. It's on the next slide. Gray housing, refractive lens, 150 watt LID equivalent. So here's the actual design, and the light cast is a type 3 shown on the bottom, and it's essentially an oval. As you can see, it's an oval that's centered so that it moves forward a little. So it'd be away from the homes, but it also spreads out to add more lighting over the walkways. Go to the next slide. So the project scope, just to give you an idea, we actually have, why don't you just quickly click on the next one? Our neighborhood is actually separated in 2 sections. And one is on Sunrise Valley, and our entrance is Indian Ridge Road, which empties out onto Sunrise Valley. The other section is off of Soapstone, or the entrance is off of Soapstone. And the 2 areas are connected by a Reston path, which is lit by Reston Association lighting. If you go back to the slide 11, please. So what we'd like to do is, first of all, replace all the black poles with the concrete poles. So there's 3 which have been replaced, and in the end, they'll all be returned to concrete. We want to maintain the current 10-foot height above ground of 32 of the 37 poles. We'd like to raise the height of 5 poles by another 3 feet above ground. And this would be 4 poles along Indian Ridge Road at the entrance and 1 pole at the entrance to Hunter's Green Cluster. So maybe go 1 down. So you can see on the right of the upper box on the right-hand side, you can see that we have a long road along Indian Ridge, and that has a sidewalk, which is also part of the Reston Trail Plan. And so that would be lit with the taller poles as people drive up the straight. So let's go to slide 13. We learned probably halfway into the process, we need a photometric study. So we had one done. And this is one of the 3 photos of that study. And this just shows, first of all, where the lights are. And I've put a box around the 4 which are the poles that we would raise. Those are not near homes, and those are along the entrance. Click on the next one. And the other ones, this is just where they're located throughout the community. This is the west end of Indian Ridge Road. And then if we go to the third one, this is the Hunter's Green Court side. And I just put a box around the pole that would be raised. So really, it's basically the same design, the same lighting system, but with new fixtures that are now LED. They also won't shine up into homes or anything like that, and people won't see lights above our community because they are dark sky and compliant, and they shine downward. And we want to just replace the fixtures and get rid of the duct tape. And we also want to raise those extra poles and return everything to the original concrete design. And we have one more slide here. I just wanted to point out that this project has been very highly socialized. We've discussed it at 14 separate board meetings. We talked about it at our last 2 annual meetings with detailed plans at the last one. We had emails sent to the community with information on the project, including invitations to a special board meeting where everyone sat down and looked at the different designs and we discussed it. We also put this on Nextdoor with pictures and described it in detail in our annual newsletter. We've also, per procedure, have sent notices out. We actually have only one adjacent community neighbor, which is a golf course. We're an island in the middle of the golf course. But there are 5 closer communities, and we notified them by certified mail. And so now they are all on board. And then we notified them about the change here. So we feel it's well socialized. And I point out this does not have much of an impact on other communities because all of these fixtures are inside the community as they're blocked by our homes. So the only thing I think you'd notice if you're in one of these other communities is that you would no longer see lights shining upward because now they're all capped. And I think the golf course's only concern was we don't go out onto the golf course in the daytime, and that's not going to happen. So also another person on our board requested to be unmuted, Yanni Chrysomidis. Yanni?
Hello, everybody. Yanni Chrysomidis. I was the person who originally made the application. The only other comment that I wanted to make was that the fixtures which were chosen by the committee with which we worked internal to our community, that fixture was the most contemporary that we could find that was available from Dominion Power. Every other application that we had seen, every other fixture that we had seen was more in a colonial style, which would not have been aesthetically or architecturally consistent with our community with its mid-century architecture.
Right. And the community liked the design also. So it's not, it definitely was one that appeals to us. So that is the, Jim or Debbie, do you have any comments?
We would have loved to find snowballs that were capped and were dark skies compliant, but we had no way as small potatoes to get Dominion to add any additional fixtures. And so it was take it or leave it. We did not have a great deal of choice.
But going outside the Dominion escalates this grandly. And we're not really, as I said, we've been happy with what we've had and would like to just get our lighting back in order. And we're pretty excited actually just to get it going. And you might notice there's a lot of people on here, a lot in our community have been waiting to watch this pass on. They're very excited.
I would just like to say that to Ken and the board members, I served on the Fairfax County Architecture Review Board for 14 years, and nobody understands the amount of commitment, the amount of time it takes for your board to do that. And I just want to thank the board members for that particular service. And that's fantastic. We set out to replace the broken, mismatched, non-working, non-compliant fixtures. We wanted to lower our energy footprint. We wanted to increase our security. And I think the proposal that we have up before you meets all those criteria.
And that's, I guess that's it. So I guess we'll turn it back to you guys.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I'll ask my colleagues, anybody care to offer any comments or have any questions?
I just want to say that you guys have you've hit all the points, and it's the first time in 2 or 3 decades that I have seen a successful lighting plan for a cluster that wasn't high pressure sodium and wasn't metal halide and it wasn't Canadian colonial lighting, and it actually has a photometric map. And you waited and you were right. So I congratulate you for
Thank you.
coming up with all the things that need to be thought about. Thanks.
Anybody else?
Yeah, this is Michael here. I really like the light fixture that you picked. I know you had limited options, but I think it definitely works with your cluster. I drove through there today just to take a look. I know this cluster has severely, strongly pushed their standards with windows and trim wrapping and things like that specifically. So I appreciate your guys' diligence in those efforts. And the only comment that I have, and I'm sure there's been thought about it, I'm sure there's been going back and forth, and maybe it's a budget thing, maybe it's not, but have you guys looked at doing the dark bronze fixtures rather than the gray? Because I see that they come with it. What I worry about the gray is that it's going to kind of look like a plasticky light up there versus if you do the dark bronze, it'll tie in with all your windows, your parapet, capping, everything from that side of things. Have you guys looked at doing the dark bronze options?
No, we haven't considered the dark bronze. And one of the reasons that we haven't is this is a standard stocked with Dominion. And we're trying to avoid the same situation of them pulling the gray ones out when one goes bad or it needs replacing. And this we know is a standard. It's used not only in Virginia, but it's used in Pennsylvania and North Carolina. And so we're kind of insuring our bet to guard against this mixed fixture appearance that's happening now with the black poles and the colonial caps or fixtures.
If I may, Jim, I know full well that the bronze has gone in and out of style over the course of the years, and that's one of the things we're trying to keep in mind relative to this this particular project. Is we just need longevity, and just in case Dominion Power decides that they need to swap out the fixtures at some future point in time, and we want to keep those fixtures looking consistent.
And it works with the concrete post.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyone else? With that, does anybody have a motion in mind or care to go down that path?
Sure. I move that we approve this, this project
Move to approve it as submitted?
as submitted.
I'll
Is
second
there-
that.
Who seconded? I'm sorry.
Nick?
Thanks, Nick. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Very good. I'll take the vote. All those in favor, please signify by stating aye. Try to raise.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? Very good. Thank you, everybody.
I have one comment. Hallelujah.
Hey, no kidding.
Congratulations.
We left the dark ages.
There you go.
Literally.
Good job.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim. You have been wonderful.
Take care, everybody. All right.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay.
We
From
still
my,
have a quorum. I only see, let's see, 2 members.
are all our members still available?
I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear me?
Everybody's there.
We have
William
every,
Merchant?
All right. Just want to make sure we have quorum. Lisa, you want to take a quick roll call just to make sure we didn't lose somebody electronically?
Nick,
Here.
Michael,
Here.
Ken, I know you're there. Karen,
Yes.
Dan,
Here.
Scott,
Here.
Bruce,
Here?
okay, and
That's it.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
All
As
right.
long as we still have Lisa and Jane, then we're still good.
yeah,
Yeah,
Lisa-
we're still good. I appreciate that, everybody, because I can only see so many faces on my cell phone, so it always comes in handy in these situations. Appreciate that. All right, let's move on. We're almost at the end of the agenda here, and I appreciate everybody's patience waiting this long. We're on item O. This is 1288 Wedgwood Manor Way.
Yeah.
Well, there was a sigh there.
I'm here.
All right. All right. This is with regard to the deck, fence, and existing patio installation. Is the applicant here?
I am William Merchant. Can you
All
hear me?
right. Yes, can.
For some reason, I can't share my video. Or you guys, I think you have me turned off.
let's see.
But that's all right.
Well, I'll get you up.
How do you guys want to start?
You can just go ahead and you can just. We've got your
Okay.
pictures.
Start my video. Okay.
Okay, I see you.
Okay. I've lived in Reston since 1997. I think I bought this house in 1997. I've maintained it. I have community property next to me. I've maintained the community property. There's Bradford Pear that was there when I moved in. It blew down. I put another one in, and was recommended that I trim the inside of the tree so that the wind could blow through it so it wouldn't blow down. So it's growing nicely in a community area. And you know, I've taken care of that community area. According to my deck, yes, you can see that it's not standard. all right. I like redwood, all right. I spent time in California and I like that color. The yellow color was just, I only bought that because it was a new product that basically sealed, it basically sealed the deck. So any cracks, any things what you could have splinter with and everything, it just kind of sealed it all up. All right. And at the time they had very few color options. So for my deck, all right, and the railings as you're looking at and everything, I would just like to paint them redwood. All right, all redwood. All right, which to get rid of the yellow. So that's what I'd like to do with that. All right.
All right. A few comments from staff, if you would. A little background from your perspective would help.
The issues are exterior color on the deck, on the fence. So exterior color, and patio. Okay.
Yeah.
And so the cluster standard, the color that is painted now is not the cluster standard. So,
correct.
Okay. All right. And patio just has to follow the design guidelines, 14 feet out from the primary rear of the house. And well, it's not coming out from the house because there's a deck there. It just has to follow the design guidelines because the cluster does not have patio cluster standards. So really you're following the cluster standards for exterior colors on fences and decks and the design guidelines for patios.
Very good.
So three votes.
Is there any, go ahead.
Yeah, another question is the applicant proposing to leave the yellow as is or to?
No, the applicant is no. The applicant, myself, Bill,
Sure.
will change the color. I would prefer it to be redwood. I'm just kind of partial to it. If not, I have no problem changing it back to the deck being coral gray and the railings and stuff being, I think, amber white is.
That's right. It's McCormick amber white for the railings and it's the siding color coral gray.
Yes.
Yeah.
For my understanding, the deck.
Cape Cod gray.
Cape Cod, sorry.
Whichever, yes, whichever one, yeah, whichever one it is. All right. So I have no problem, changing that back to those colors. It's not my first choice. All right. If I'm the only person in the cluster that has a stained deck, all right, and a fence, all right, then I guess there's no argument in the sense that it's got to go to the coral gray and whatever colors those are. All right, but I'm proposing that I would like to keep it the redwood stain. So everything you see would end up being redwood.
And this is the only example in the cluster right now that has this.
Well, that color scheme.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure nobody else has that color scheme. All right. The only reason I have that yellow is it was a new product,
mm-hmm.
And it sealed the deck, so it increased the life of my deck and my fence.
Yeah, I think these homes are so distinct with their color palette, and the standards kind of speak to what the deck should look like to complement that.
Well, yeah. See, there's a white, and I don't know what that is. What color is that deck? And the post
looks like a black.
Yeah.
It's black.
So So that's my question for staff. It looks like there has been some panel approvals of alternate stains that do not meet the cluster standards.
That's right.
Is that, I mean, obviously one is, you know, I'm looking at slide 42. It looks like there was one from 2014 that clearly is more of a red stain on that. It's not quite the same type of stain. It looks like it's more of a semi-transparent, so you can still kind of see the wood. Yeah, my biggest issue with the application is just kind of it's kind of like you said, Mr. Merchant, it's like that seal product that kind of seals it's almost like a paint. It's not really a stain. It's more of a, it's more of a paint.
Very thick and gritty.
Was there a affected party on this application, or why is this coming about? Just curious.
There are affected parties on the application.
Do we need to hear, are they here so we can hear from them?
Yeah. We'll unmute them.
Going through their comments, they were mostly concerned about color. But when I walked around, I tell you, there were a lot more dark brown stained decks than there was anything else. And I just think it's kind of difficult to have, you know, to pick out one person for a violation, not having a standard, and so many other people not having it either.
Yeah, sometimes it might be a cluster. They might need to upgrade their standards for their deck stain specifically. I know as a whole, though, in Reston, we are trying to get rid of the red, just because it's not very natural looking in this environment that we have. I know multiple communities have tried to remove it off of their standards, even if they did have it at one point. I would be okay with you maybe going darker, you know, if you went with a darker, more wood color, like a darker brown or something like that for the deck, you know. But the issue is that your cluster doesn't have, you know, their only color that they allow is the gray, which would look nice with your siding as well. But I think the tricky part is going to be the fence, because it's only supposed to left the weather, and obviously you already have stain on it. So it's a little bit of a conundrum there to figure it out.
With so many people having dark brown stain, I don't, like I said, I don't see how you can single out one person for a violation. And it seems to me like the cluster needs to get it together and decide what they want.
Are there, good comments. Are there any affected parties ready to present?
They're unmuted, so they are welcome to talk.
Welcome your comments.
I'm Kim Northrup. I'm the president of the cluster. I know that we have submitted several browns for approval from RA. Our person at TWC, who is not on the call, was managing that for us. I can't see Bill's deck from my house. I can't see a lot of decks from my house. The majority of them are gray, or they're the weathered gray, or there's a lot of brown. So we did add brown to our palette. I thought that that had been farther along. Apparently you guys don't have, but that's where we stand as a cluster. Is so many homes were sold in the last couple of years with the dark brown on that they were not issued as violations during the sale from either Reston review when they did the closing, or when TWC came through. So we decided as a board to add brown to the cluster standard.
Okay.
Good
Is
to
there
know.
a particular color of dark brown or anybody's version of dark brown?
There's a handful of colors. I don't have it in front of me.
But you guys are in the process
Shades,
of getting that
not
approved.
colored shades of brown.
Pardon me?
But you guys, your intent as a cluster is to get it approved to, you know, those colors are going to be approved in the future, basically.
Yes.
So if we said the deck needs to be repainted to an approved cluster standard, at that point, Mr. Merchant could decide whether to paint it gray, or he could decide to paint it the brown once he knows, you know, you guys can share that information with him on what type of browns you guys are planning on approving. That way he can take care of that.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Is there any info in that document about fences, or are you guys pretty stuck on the left to weather fence situation?
I think in Bill's case, he would have to paint the fence the same color as the deck because he's got two colors here now, and it looks like it would be hard to get it back to the weathered. It would cost him even more money.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think to paint it, I mean, I can only tell by this outside fence. If it's not, you know, there's gonna be a bunch of sanding if he's gonna have to paint.
Well,
You know, because it's rough, the wood is rough and isn't gonna take paint very well.
No, I mean, there's two options that I would take. The first option would be is I would get a high-powered power washer, okay, and see if that would remove the paint off of the fence. All right. The second option would be to rip out all the panels. All right. And that becomes costly because, you know, I'd have to replace all the panels and the top cap. All right. So those are the two options. If it's approved for whatever brown, you know, or whatever tone of brown that I'm allowed to paint it. All right. Again, I'm partial to this color. All right. I would have no problem in doing that and getting it done rather quickly. Not quickly, it'll get started as soon as you guys make a decision.
Okay. Ken, do you want to take this in pieces as a motion, or do you want to, is it okay if I make a motion for everything, or how do you want me to do it?
I'm fine either way. I think we know what we have to do, so I'm happy to go with one full motion, unless anybody has any comments on that.
Well, I guess the only question is how everybody feels about the concrete patio. I mean, there's
three things.
I can give you a little history on that if that's okay. So I bought the house back in, I think, 1997. I had a German Shepherd. So I applied for approval for the fence. At that time, you know, Kim was not part of the cluster, and the cluster denied me the fence because I was the only one in the community that wanted a fence. And I have an N unit, so I get to be able to use some property. You guys at the time, not you guys, whoever was there, overruled it because the sister community over in by Newport had some fences, so you guys approved it. All right, and so I got my fence. The next part is you can see where the deck comes down right there. All right, that whole area would be a lake because I'm the N unit downhill from everybody else. All right. And the water runs, and you can probably have a discussion after this about Kim's proposal. All that water that comes off of 12, let's see, I'm 1288, so 1292 and 1290 all drains into my backyard. So 20 years ago or 19 years ago, I said, you know, I need a backyard. All right. And I went in, I dug a trench, put in a French drain that goes through the center of the patio there, and connected up the downspouts for two downspouts for 1292 and one downspout for 1290. All right. So that their water would come down, go through my French drain, that's buried underneath this. And if you see to the side of the house where you see the community property where the big drain is, I buried a French drain that dumped the water right there. Okay, so I was capturing, none of my water from my roof comes into my backyard. Okay, if you look at my roof, all my water is directed to the, I guess, I don't know what, the north side, toward the community center property, and goes, all of my downspouts, every downspout on my property goes into a French drain and is directed back to that main drain. All right. So all my front drains, all my I have one back drain because the one roof drains onto the other roof, and then the other roof drains onto the other roof. My gutters all have gutter caps on them. I have a brand new roof, brand new windows, all this, within the last 2 years. And all my water, all the water that comes from my house, all right, and off my roof is drained into a gutter that dumps it into the community area. All right. So all the water that was back there, all right, was coming from uphill. And so I put in this French drain, and I put in, let's see, 3 to 4 inch river oval rocks. And I put in some flat stepping stones. I had a German Shepherd at the time. And so it was kind of her backyard. But it was uncomfortable for her to be walking on big stones like that. For her to go to the bathroom on a stone, and for me, because I always took care of my dog, I took, very responsible. I would clean up the poop, all right? But in a rocky environment like that, I wouldn't get it. So a lot of her feces would end up in the groundwater, all right? So at that point, I said, put a layer of concrete over top of about 4 inches of gravel rock and a French drain, okay? And when I go to clean up her feces, it was a simple process, okay? None of her stuff would end up in the groundwater. She had a place to go in the backyard in a controlled environment. And it gave me the ability to have a backyard, all right? Because I didn't have a backyard. And so now you can see, my house is my nephew. I'm in the process of gifting my house to my nephew. So he has 3 young boys. And so now he's using it for a play area for them, all right? So if I have to remove it, it becomes a lake again, okay? And it becomes completely unusable. Boy, my nephew's not keeping it as clean as I used to. I'm gonna have to talk to him.
Yeah, really.
But
well, I think the big thing about the patio is I think it actually, sorry to interrupt you, but I looked at it. I mean, it meets the requirements to not even need an application. It's in a fully enclosed rear yard. It doesn't extend farther than 14 feet. It's not higher than 6 inches in any location. I personally, it's not stained some crazy color. It's a natural gray concrete color, which is allowed. I don't see any issue. The biggest, if you weren't in an enclosed yard, you were extending past the neighbor's house, then you might have an issue. But from what I could tell, it goes right up to the corner edge of the neighbor's house. From what I could see when I was on site. So, and staff could correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm looking at the patio guidelines. I think it's okay I mean, we can vote on it, but to me, it's allowed with no application.
It is in all those instances, except for the part that goes around the side of the house.
Around the side of the house, so that's really all we're worried about. Okay.
Well, I did a measurement. It looks like it's 17 feet from the back wall and not 14 feet, so it's close. But I think it is over that 14.
So it's past.
Is it okay?
Split hairs or anything.
How did you do that measurement?
On Google Maps or Google Earth.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
A little bit of room for error, but it's generally close.
Yeah. Okay. So we do have to approve it slightly. Okay. I personally don't have an issue with this since it is an enclosed yard.
The only
But
two people
that's just me.
are my two neighbors, and they've both approved it.
Do the affected parties get to speak?
Yes, you may. Please.
Who's speaking? Is that?
Yeah, go ahead, Luann.
Okay, I'm Luann Armstrong at 1292, and I believe that Chris Melkert at 1294, Chris and Elena are on as well. And I'm listening to this, and the 14 feet, 17 feet, I've never heard that as a term as far as distance away. My concern is at 1292 that the infrastructure that is in place is causing water issues backing up behind the building. And I agree that there is water. When you talk about a dog and having mush in the backyard, I'm right there. That's my house. And the water now backs all the way up behind where this picture is taken, back up to 1294. So there's two issues that have resulted, and perhaps there are French drains below that. I don't know. I've looked at it. I've never seen anything below there. If there are French drains, perhaps they're clogged. I don't know how to, I know it right there, the swale. The water is not getting, with those.
Are we talking about my French drains? Are we talking about my French drains?
Who's talking?
This is Bill, Luann.
Yes, Bill. Yes, if there's French drains under there, perhaps they're clogged. Because
No,
go back to,
they've been tested.
Okay, can I finish talking, please, without being, I didn't interrupt the conversation. Can I finish my topic, please?
Questions about my French drains. I just wanted to confirm that they're clean. They've been cleaned. The water flows through them naturally. You can actually see it come out over by the community drain very forcefully. All right, and you know, that's all I can say is I've tested them.
Can I continue now, please? I'm not sure who's scrolling these pictures. If you go down to number 28 and then number 29, I think where were we? Right there. And there was another picture of the swale right there. So with all those, what we saw was all of these plants are growing there. So the water, if you look at that angle, that's the naturally originally engineered grading for the stormwater to come down behind the houses. And that stormwater is not coming down behind the houses to that yard inlet. And if that concrete is 3 feet beyond where it should be, if it's more than 14 feet from the house, then my contention is that needs to be removed from there to get that happening. I have two issues that I believe are happening at my house because of this. And they did not, I've been here for 25 years. I don't know when all of this was put in. I can't see this backyard because there's another property, another piece of paper that I had submitted. I'm not sure where it is. It's the original house location survey for our building. We're all one building. And so I agree with the fact that there was a marshiness to the backyard here. And this was put in at one end of the building. And the entire, it was a unilateral, fix of sorts, but the entire building wasn't addressed. And so now if you look at, I have two pages that I submitted, and I don't know if Mr. Champ said that they're there, if they can be looked at. Has anybody on the panel seen these? And I can put them up to my screen. But you can tell that the foundation of the property, while the backyard comes down towards the yard inlet, the houses actually drain towards my house, the foundations. So the water from the backyard of 1288 is not all going to this yard inlet. And so that's what I want to work towards, a solution for the building itself, because we're all three, lots 9, 10, 11 are all one building. And so I'm simply here saying we have a grading issue, we have a stormwater drainage issue, and if anybody came out here and I've asked it for 2 years, during a rainstorm, you will see the water. And it was exasperated when the backyard spigot at 1288 was left on for 2 months in May of 2018. And there's now like a natural pond that happens underneath the building and comes out of my sump pump. So it's not just simply something was put in and it might be okay if it was put in properly. I think if something was put in, I've never seen water draining out the other side to the yard inlet. I've walked out in the rain as well. So I'm looking for a fix for the building here. And that includes regrading of the backyard of 1288 so that the water does all drain. I don't see how it can possibly drain from underneath the deck to the yard limit when it's kind of like a gravel pool surrounded by concrete. I see the water is possibly going down the foundation wall between 1288 and 1290 and coming out at the sump pump of 1292. I think Chris Melkert's on here as well. Chris, are you there? Chris and Elena?
Yes, we're here.
We're here.
Yes, we're concerned about all the water as well. If you could please put that map up that you've been showing and then leave it up there because that's really the critical picture. The one that Luann's showing in the picture as well as the one that—
I apologize. My computer is crashing, so I'm doing the best I can do. So let me just—
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I apologize. It's trying. It's just,
Okay.
it's up there now. Hopefully you can see it.
That's not
Right.
it.
Okay. Oh, that's not it. Which one is it, Luann?
Jane, it was emailed to you because it came in too late.
And Mr. Cham said you have it and we emailed it again tonight.
He emailed it to us, Jane. It is in your email.
Well, if I could make my point related to this slide, our house is 1294. We're on the edge. There is the break between our house and Luann's house, and then number 11, I guess, is what we're talking about here. And we've lived here since even before. We moved in 1990. We were here before the number 9, number 10, 11, 12. Our house was the very last house on there, and we had a forest just behind us. Wheelie was ended right at Center Harbor Road. We were the only corner that was developed, and there was lots of water, obviously, and lots of movement. But over the past couple of years, and I can't exactly say 1 year, 3 years, but a lot of water has started to accumulate in our backyard. There's a gully, almost a stream, behind our house whenever it rains. And that is a new development, certainly not since the houses were there. So we're concerned about that water flow. There were 2 big trees that were between our house and Luann's house, pine trees, and they died because of too much water. And then the 3rd tree is on its way out. I think it's possibly because of too much water as well. But definitely there's a situation here that has changed that had not happened before. And now my husband has a statement.
So we've been here since 1991. 1990. We have a sump pump, and the sump pump never filled up during the winter. The sump pump is fed only water from the air conditioner during the summer. And I would drain that sump pump during this winter, and it would be dry the whole winter. Well, that's not the case anymore. Our sump pump starts to fill up. It's ran several times during the winter, which is shocking to me. And there's photographs that I gave to Luann of what I call the Wedgwood River. And it runs there, and it goes down to Luann's air conditioner, makes a left, and then goes underneath the patio next to her. So our sump pump is filling up in the wintertime, so there's a lot of water. I cannot walk out into my backyard during the wintertime without boots. So there is a backup. And so what I've seen when I walk back there, that the concrete slab is a dam, and it's causing it to back up. And it backs up to a point, and then it runs around the concrete slab into the drainage ditch there. We've been here since 1990, and that was under mobile land development. So they're the ones that told me all about the drainage of this area, and it's been disrupted.
That's our statement.
The picture on there right now shows what I'm talking about too. If you look at lot 11 where the blue dot is, that water that's coming down there is not running to the orange star. It can't get over there. It's going down the foundation and coming out.
Folks, this is Ken Knieven. I need to interrupt here. I see both of these last items are related in many ways, and I appreciate everybody's comment. I think we're all, as DRB members, gathering that there is a drainage issue around the homes there. And what I'd like to try to do is to get through some of these motions. I know the comment would be made that the patio may be in effect, but I guess I would ask at this point in time, this would be related to the second or the last application we have here, which is, again, everybody on this line right now. Have you had any professional survey, anybody involved in assessing the drainage issues other than yourselves trying to remediate your own issues?
This is Bill Merchant. No, I haven't had any professionals. And I want to also point out that my patio has been there for 19 years. Okay. And all of a sudden, there's some water problems. Okay. You know, there wasn't water problems for over 15 years. And, you know, I don't know if something shifted underneath the ground, you know, that, you know, God has given us more water than we can handle. But my patio has been there for almost 19 years.
Then what I'm going to, thank you, sir. What I'm going to propose we do for the sake of these related applications, let's address the first application and then come back to address the second application, if my colleagues would agree.
Yes. Well, I'm not your colleague.
Yeah. I agree. I would like to just make can I just make a motion on the deck and the fence so that we can get that out of here?
Yes, I was going to say, let's do as much as we can to move the progress along.
Okay, yeah, so I'll make a motion to disapprove the deck and fence as submitted and require that the applicant conform it to cluster standards within 1 year of this submittal. So that way the cluster can tell them what colors they need, and when they get them approved, you'll know exactly what color to go to. Just give them a little bit more lead time than we normally do. Just because the cluster is working through getting other colors approved right now.
Is there a second?
Dan.
Who seconded?
Dan.
Okay, thank you, Dan. All right, there's a motion and a second on disapproving the deck and the fence.
Correct.
In terms of color. Any further discussions or questions? Comments? All right, all those in favor of the motion as presented, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? All right, very good. We have the fence and we have the deck. What remains in this application is the patio. The deck.
If I could ask staff a question from our previous discussion about this.
Yes.
Michael had pointed out that the patio being located within a fully enclosed rear yard technically wouldn't normally need an application before us, which I believe to be true through reading the guidelines. So did I understand staff correctly that really the only issue then is just the amount of concrete from the rear wall up towards the front of the house?
And the side. Otherwise, the patio
Right here
is fine.
in this photo.
Yes, otherwise the patio is fine.
Okay.
And this is Bill Merchant. So Fairfax County came out and inspected it. Okay.
Yeah, the problem, Fairfax County unfortunately doesn't, we supersede them in design guidelines.
Design, yes.
So even if they approve it, it's more, we just need to approve it. I once again don't have a problem with it.
No, and I agree with you completely. I'm just making the point that, you know, they came out, they looked at it, and, you know, as part of their looking at it, they're looking at, you know, at flow of water. And
we appreciate that. We're going to handle the water issue in the next application.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would make a motion to approve the concrete patio for the side portion that's required for DRB approval. In conformance with our guidelines.
Is there a second?
I guess, is it? Well, I'll second it for discussion. Let me put it that way.
All right. We have a motion and we have it seconded. Comments or questions?
So I guess being granted all this, is it in conformance with our guidelines? Because the guidance that I've seen doesn't really say anything about having it a patio in a side yard. Maybe I'm missing something.
I think it might be how it's construed as a patio versus a walkway too, and that's open for some interpretation on the guidelines as well. If we're looking through them.
Okay, that's fair.
Anybody else have any comments or questions, discussion?
Isn't our concern is that it's not unrelated, that it may be related to the drainage issue that we're about to discuss. So it's hard to view it without being concerned that it could be impacting that issue as well.
I appreciate that. Anybody else?
Can I ask the applicant a question, or can I not do
Please.
that now?
Nope.
I'm here. Did you do any work outside of the fence line to the grading there at the time when you built the patio?
No, the only thing I did outside the fence line was I did some plantings.
Okay.
And I did most of them above the drainage ditch. And then I planted some stuff down on the bottom. All right. And since 3 years ago, I was being blamed for Luann's water sump for her sump pump. I removed those plantings, so there are no plantings that are in front of the drainage anymore.
Okay,
and
thank you.
The same amount of water comes from the other direction too. So I don't know what picture, when that picture was taken, but in front of the drain, when I left, I pulled those out.
I think a lot can happen in 19 years, and things gradually shift, especially in drainage and contouring and all of that. So I mean, I think it would have to still be in a part of the whoever's going to study this and come to an understanding of what's really going on.
Yeah, this is the applicant. All right. Like I said, I'll forget. Never mind. We're gonna move on to that subject.
Yes, I'm trying.
Yeah.
There's an intent. We have two applications, and I'm just adhering to what we have to deal with tonight.
Right.
We have two applications. I'm
Yeah.
trying to deal with one and then the next.
Yep.
So we had a discussion. Do we want to take a vote on the
Yes.
motion?
I was just going to ask, is there any further discussion?
Could I ask if whomever made the motion that they would consider
Yep.
instead moving to defer action on this until we resolve, I understand more about the drainage?
I'm an affected party and I would appreciate that. I don't think that this is simply by right, you can block a natural drainage swale. It's a building, and the building has been.
But there's no proof of that right now. That's the issue.
That is an opinion.
He's on his property, so.
Yes, please, that is an opinion. I appreciate that. We'll get to the water issue, or will likely involve professionals to determine the final outcome. But at the moment, I'm just dealing with the application in hand. Are there any further
Bruce,
discussions?
For Bruce, I don't think I'll accept deferring it. I just think we need to vote on the patio and it meeting our guidelines for a patio. I understand that we have the stipulation of if it's affecting drainage of another property, but I from a design standpoint, I personally don't think it's doing that, especially since it's been there for 19 years. Every cluster in Reston has had water issues over the last year. We had over 100-year rain last year, so everybody's being affected right now significantly, and we've seen multiple applications for swale after swale after swale, for underground drainage. So I can't pinpoint that this one thing is affecting the issue, so I don't accept the defer of the application.
Can Kim Northup speak?
Hi, everyone. Just for clarification, my children are 16 and 14, and Ilsa was alive when we moved into the neighborhood, and we had our children laying on Ilsa in our front lawn. And when I returned her back to Bill's yard, there was not a concrete patio, so it can't possibly have been 19 years that it's been a concrete patio. I know when he had a pile of stones on the side of his property, that he gave me a couple to put in my flower garden. So I'm not sure how long it's been there, because I never look back there, but it is not 19 years. I know that.
That's fine.
Maybe it's 15 years.
We're just dealing with the design application matter at the moment, so I appreciate that.
Please.
Would a design application require proper drainage? That's another question. Would you have to be able to see the tubing under there that water can go under the slab?
Mr. Chair, if I may be recognized.
Yes, you may, sir.
Generally, drainage and harmful discharges are before the covenant committee. And so I'm a little confused as to why this is a design aspect. Perhaps it's my ignorance.
It is my concern as well. I'm working purely on the application as a design matter.
Yes, I'd like to add, we do not review drainage unless there is a physical grate or something popping up from the ground. We do not review drainage otherwise. So we are purely voting on the design.
If it affects stormwater drainage, that doesn't, like the houses we were watching here prior to this application?
Telling the design guidelines do not instruct us to make any.
I mean, what's tricky, if this patio was coming out onto the common area, then we definitely, but theoretically, when this site plan is designed, the drainage should all be off of people's properties. Everybody should be draining into a swale of some sort that wraps around these houses. Whether that exists anymore is that's just the nature of 30 years of the development being in place. And like I was saying earlier, clusters have all had these drainage issues. I mean, I used to live in a townhouse that was right at the bottom of a hill, and we ended up having to put in a French drain just because, everybody, all the drainage swale just disappeared due to people, either they were hardscaping their land, whatever it might be. So I think unfortunately, all we can vote on is is what we see up above, and it's on their property, and I think that's all we can vote at this point. And then we can talk about the drainage afterwards, but I think that's really all we can vote on right now.
Let's take the vote, and then we'll move on to the last application.
Is this, we're voting on the color right now?
No, we've already voted on the fence.
Okay.
We're only voting, the only remaining item is the vote for the motion on the floor. Would you care to repeat your motion, sir?
Yeah, so my motion was to approve the concrete patio as submitted.
And we have a second. So I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by stating aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Please say so.
Nay.
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 Anybody abstaining?
I
have
think
a
we might
loose,
need to do a roll call count.
yeah, just to verify, would you please?
Okay, sure. Michael?
Is a yes.
Yeah, Dan?
Yes.
Nick?
Nay.
Bruce?
Nay.
Karen?
Nay.
Scott?
Nay.
Ken?
Yes.
Okay, so we have 4 nays and 3 ayes.
All right, the motion fails. All right.
This is Bill Merchant. What does that mean?
Well, right now, as it has been implemented, it is not approved. So it will have to be, we can work, you can work with staff. I think there is a standard approach that we can work on.
Okay. And it sounded like I was outside by a couple of feet or something.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's mainly, it looks like it's that side portion that's extending past the house, the side of the house, yeah.
Which is, can be considered a walkway? So I could carve it down to a walkway.
Correct. There could be some method there.
You would have to submit a new application. I would recommend you work with staff to see what.
I will. They've been very helpful.
And also.
Can I have a point of clarity, please? I don't actually have a decision because I have a disapproval that failed, so I don't really have one. Need something.
My approval did not vote through, so someone needs to make a motion to disapprove it.
That's right.
Make a motion, we disapprove the patio and sidewalk as presented.
Okay.
A second.
Who was that, please?
Bruce seconded.
Bruce. Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you, gentlemen. Any discussions, any comments on the new motion?
Just to clarify, you guys are disapproving the patio as well, or just the side portion?
I think disapprove the patio and the side portion, encourage the applicant to restudy it if he wants to bring it up conformance, or just check that it is in conformance with that, then the issue probably could go away.
Yeah, this is
theoretically, if he brought it in conformance with just the standard patio guidelines, he then wouldn't need to even come before us with an application.
Right.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, do you understand that, sir?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much, and I'll work with your staff on what those standards are.
Any other questions or comments, discussions? All right, all those I'll call the vote. All those in favor of this motion, please signify by stating aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Anybody opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Any abstains? Just for the sake of the record, let's do one more roll call real quick.
Okay, Nick?
Yay on disapproval.
Bruce?
Yay.
Scott?
Yay.
Ken?
Who was that?
Ken?
Yay.
Karen?
Yay.
Michael?
Nay.
Dan?
Nay.
Thank you. It carries with the ayes.
That's getting late.
Tired.
We're all getting tired, and I know my cell phone's down to 6%, but we're making it work.
All right. So the applicant understands that that I need to bring it into standards, into size standards. That's what
Correct.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and there's patio guidelines that the staff can send you, and if you meet those, you don't even need to come back with an application.
I'll take care of that. I'll take care of that immediately.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. All right.
All right. We're moving on to thank you, sir. We're moving on to the final application. And I would ask that the applicants, if they want to add to what has already been discussed, this would be your opportunity.
I guess what I was confused at, sorry, I guess I'm not supposed to talk yet.
My computer's crashed. Bear with me.
My question is, from a DRB standpoint, there's really nothing for us to look at. It's all below grade. You guys aren't proposing a rock swale or anything like that, correct?
We were told we had to go through DRB.
Yes, Reston told us we had to submit an application. We want to bring the swale back to its original engineered standards. And
I'm not sure who told you guys. I mean, it's
Reston.
Drainage is all below grade. Anthony, I could be wrong, but am I correct that they don't need an application for drainage all below grade, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Well, our cluster advisor told us we had to do this. We couldn't touch it without getting approval. We agree, though. We don't understand why.
Who's your
I
cluster?
mean, I think at the end of the day, drainage is really a cluster. You're going to have to work through your cluster. And I mean, you guys have to obviously vote on it as a cluster to spend, if you guys want to spend the money on it or not. That's essentially all. If you guys were to have any, pop-up drains or something like that we needed to look at. But from the application, it looks like it's all below grade.
There could be a pop-up drain. If that's the point that they were asking, you asked if there was professionals to site. Yes, we've had numerous professionals to site. They have noted 2 areas where the water's coming from. This is one of the 2. And so they have added in there that they should be pop-up drains, probably 2 in the backyard, in the area behind the 2 buildings, the building that ends with 1294 and the building between 1288 and 1292. And I believe.
Have they thought about actually creating more of a swale with some river rock and some stone to actually, really accentuate that drainage, so you guys don't have, so the water, no weeds will grow, no, plants will get in the way. Nobody will accidentally plant something, 2 years down the road, right in the drainage line. As they looked at, a lot of the clusters have gone that route with the river rock to jackstone. Have you guys looked into doing that?
I believe they're looking at putting it underground because they're trying to get it to that outlet at 1288 and not have it inhibited by anything. Between 1288 and 1286 is the yard inlet, and they're trying to get the water to go there, both from the backyard of 1288 and all the houses.
Well, I guess the application does have ornamental stone will be added between daylight of 6-inch pipe and storm drain. Entire area around storm drain will be top dressed and seeded. Okay.
And going back on something real quick, it seemed like it was mentioned that the swale needed to be regraded. So are you saying that you guys recognize that the swale is not built or not built per what the original plan was, and maybe that's why this is all happening?
Mike, if you look at the original swale, you'll see that concrete slab behind 1288 is in the swale.
It's not. It's in the property line. It would not have impacted that contour of the swale. And
there's a drawing from Fairfax County that was brought up on the 2-page drawings.
Are you talking about the one with the purple and the blue?
Correct.
The concrete patios within the property line of 1288, the pink contour is the proposed contour that should have been built and engineered. That's the center line of the swale carrying the water. So I can't see how the concrete patio would have impacted the water getting around 1292 and 1290 into that swale. I mean, back to what Michael said, the ground settles over all these years and it's a very flat swale. So I don't think it's unreasonable to think that it might have changed, especially with the rainfall events. So that's just kind of my take, that some improvements need to be done, but I don't know if they're all on the shoulder of 1288.
So the blue arrows were drawn, the pink and the blue, all of that was drawn by Fairfax County. So they said that's the blue arrows is where the water's going now.
Because the ground subsided, something's happened over 20 years, right?
Always happens.
30 years, yeah. I mean, from what I've read through, it basically boils down to what you guys need to decide as the cluster. I think it's reasonable that the cluster needs to spend money on drainage. I don't think that, then 1288 is registering, against you guys to do this because they don't want to spend cluster funds. I think you guys, at the end of the day, just need to all be civil and understand that land settles, and and you need to spend the money. I mean, unfortunately, clusters have spent a lot of money on drainage these days, and $8,000 really is not that much. I've seen $40,000 proposals, $50,000 proposals from other clusters of fixing their drainage issues. So I think at the end of the day, it's a matter between all cluster members to figure it out. And I think it's wise to do it. And I think what they're proposing will help the situation immensely. So I think from a DRB standpoint, there's really nothing for us to approve except the Riverjack stone, which is fine. And after that, I think you guys, hopefully it'll help the situation. So
I think the concern was from several of the quotes that we received is that no matter how much money we spent, we wouldn't be happy because there is an issue with the patio. And so I, not living there, have walked in there several times, and it is mushy and it is not going to the drain. And there's a whole bunch of plantings there. There used to be plantings up in the woods. There's a lot. See where all these bricks are? They used to be behind the fence that Bill has. And I'm not looking to beat up on Bill. He's a wonderful person. I think highly of him. But we need to address this and make sure that we don't spend all this money. And as the vendors told us, we're not going to be happy because of this patio issue.
I'm just confused how the downstream patio that's outside of what the original engineered swale should have been is causing the backup. If we went back 30 years and that swale was built properly, for the engineering drawings, it should convey that water around the patio if the patio was built 30 years ago.
Could staff show the file that was sent in later after the packet went out, which I think is the PDF on the far right, Wedgewood survey? Right, so what Nick's saying is here is all of those pink lines are, for the most part, outside of 288's property line. So 30 years ago, that swale should have been well outside of everyone's property. So as part of your new project, are you proposing to regrade all of this in addition to the pipe or just the pipe?
Both.
Both, okay. So then I think technically, that's what Michael was saying earlier, there is a line that says regrading, DRB reviews required for regrading and other erosion control projects. So whether we really need to ultimately or not with what's here, and sees a problem with it, I'd be happy just to make a motion to approve this project as presented, unless anyone has any issues.
Point of order.
Pop-up drains.
Point of order. Point of order. May I ask a question? I got a little confused in the conversation. I'm Mrs. Melkert, 1294. Kim made the point that she was told by professionals that no matter what we do, there's an issue with an obstruction to the water getting around. The confusion is that Fairfax County professionals were here and they drew the lines and they actually walked the property. And so they also concluded that there was an issue with this obstruction. So I'm a little confused by the fact that, so if someone can help me out, and then I'll let you go.
This is Bill Merchant. May I speak to that?
Go right ahead.
I'm affected party.
Go right ahead.
So Fairfax County came out and they inspected my patio, which I would imagine they would inspect the flow of water from it. All right. They approved it. It fit under their. I know you guys are DRB and this doesn't really mean anything, but Fairfax County approved my deck, my patio. Okay. And they approved, and well, I have a hot tub too, and they approved my hot tub. So my house right now is basically within spec for Fairfax County. And the swale stuff, all right. I think I heard somebody say on the board that you guys don't deal with swale. You don't deal with water flow. All right. And then my only other objection to the project is that this is being done for one individual, okay? Because I don't have a water problem. My neighbor doesn't have a water problem, never did, all right? All right, and there are hundreds of houses around here, all right, that have all the same kind of problem. And this, I guess this is a cluster decision, okay? And I think it should be communicated directly to every member in the cluster that one person is using, one person to try to solve a water problem that they don't even know that they're going to fix that water problem, all right, is using $8,000 of cluster money to fix that one area. And we're even on this part of the property that you're looking at, we're even on the high side. So when you start moving down deeper into the community, it gets even lower and lower. My neighbor who has a townhouse next to me, Michael, all right, he has the same problem. He has, as somebody called it a Wedgwood River. Well, he has one running behind his house too. And I'm sure there are lots of other people within this community that are dealing with the same issue. And I just don't think it's proper that administration people, and this might be out of your preview and everything like that, but I'm just going to air my concern and then I'll be quiet. That the cluster, the cluster president, the cluster secretary, and TWC, all right, made this proposal. Okay, they did get the one neighbor to sign off on it, and then the other neighbor signed off on it. All right, but it still is only addressing a very small part of all the swale problems that exist in this community, and I think it's a disservice to the cluster community. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Any discussions amongst my colleagues, with my colleagues? Anybody want to make any comments or have any questions? There was a motion put on the floor, on the table.
Yeah, I second the motion that we approve the application as submitted.
Are there any additional discussions or comments or questions?
The only comment is, I understand what the affected party is saying, but once again, that's the cluster. Before they spend money, they need to talk to the whole, they have to vote on it as a cluster. And that's, obviously I'm not their legal counsel, but they need to vote on it as a full before they spend money like that. That's a standard agreement. I'm sure that's in their guidelines. So.
Any other comments or discussions?
I'll just add one very brief comment. It sounds like in the development of cluster standards that there's been in this conversation of these multiple P and P2 issues, is that just general impervious surfaces need to be discussed when this cluster is in the process of developing their standards, whether it's pervious pavers, select minimal percentages of precast pavers, or other alternates. If stormwater management is a concern and will continue to be a concern in the future for this one and other developments that are high density, I think it's a discussion that needs to be happening at the community scale. So it doesn't immediately impact the motion that Michael put forward, but that's just my 2 cents in my advice to the cluster and their conversations moving forward.
Thank you.
Could I ask 2 questions?
Go ahead, Dan.
So for staff, is there enough here to give you guidance on what you would need to allow this to be implemented? I know there's a lot of narrative and photos here and maybe not a whole lot of actual design or.
No, I'm fine, because what it is it's just basically stones, and it's a small whale-ish type start.
Okay. And then my second question would be for council. So this would just be approval of the design. If there's still an underlying drainage issue that is not under the design review board's purview, that would then need to be something that goes before the covenants committee, correct?
That's correct. If it's an erosion issue or harmful discharge issue, that's before the covenants committee. That's not before this board.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll go ahead and make the mandatory disclosure since I'm here. The design review board is not giving the cluster any sort of legal guidance. and that cluster should go ahead and consult their own attorney.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. I tried to do that myself, but I guess what I said wasn't clear enough.
That's what you'll pay me for.
All right, let's vote and go to bed.
There you go. All right. All those in favor, I'm going to take the vote. All those in favor of the motion presented, please signify by stating aye.
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 Aye. Is there anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? I think the motion passes. All right, well, thank you. I think that was the last item, if I'm not mistaken.
It was, but Ken, before we adjourn, I need one thing from you guys. I need panel composition.
That's
And-
good.
Yeah,
Okay.
wait, this will be fast, real fast. Dan, what is the week that you can't do it?
I have a standing conflict the first week of every month. Otherwise, can work with it. The second week would be best. Should never have a conflict there.
Okay, all right. So if Dan can be on the green panel if possible, then we just need to have on the red panel an architect. Let's see, Michael? What if Michael moved to the red panel? No, we already have Sanjay there. Sanjay, Karen, and Nick? What about Nick, Sanjay, and Karen for red panel? Well, you guys can do it. But we have to put Dan on either green or blue.
Just so we're on the
If
same.
you take
Sorry.
No,
Because
go ahead, Bruce. Go ahead.
we're gonna have Bruce, we're gonna have Michael, and we're gonna have Nick. Okay, so we need, so that's good. We have a lay person. We need for with Bruce, we need an architect and a planner. And then with Michael, we need a lay person and a planner also.
Lisa?
Yep.
It's not something that that staff could populate and send out to the.
I can absolutely do that. I can absolutely do that. But you guys, please answer me because I need the answer by tomorrow. So if I send it out tomorrow, please, 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 because we have a lot of meetings that we have to get going. Okay, awesome.
Very good.
Somebody adjourn this thing.
Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
I move it.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by stating aye.
Aye.
Is there anybody opposed?
Thank you so much.
I abstain.
Thank you.
All right, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for a good first meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Never be that long.
Maybe a shorter agenda next month.
Trust me. We're gonna have 3 short agendas in a row.
All right.
Yeah. See ya. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye-bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Aye. Karen's, and I'm going to get out of here. Get out of here. Leave meeting.